T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Denkst du vielleicht grad an mich? Dann singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons und dass sowas von sowas kommt. Platz für Sieger, Kriegsminister gibt's nicht mehr und auch keine Düsenflieger. Heute zieh ich meine Runden, seh die Welt in Trümmern liegen, hab 'n Luftballon gefunden, denk an dich und lass ihn fliegen.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I guess, hopefully all y'all are okay. You made it back from your 4th of July. Y'all are making jokes at my expense this morning, calling me Stub Shaw. Yeah, I got all my digits, and here's the crazy part too, right? So I told you guys the story on Monday about how that came to be, that picture where I almost blew my hand off, and or worse, maybe even got shot in the face by one of those things. You think I learned a lesson. I learned a valuable lesson. I had 2 of our major fireworks that we had bought. Both of them were kind of rocket launcher cakes. I'm not sure what to call them. They're basically the box sets. Didn't go on. I lit the main fuse, and fuse went in, and nothing happened. And I was pissed. I was really pissed because I was like, I don't know. It was a good chunk of change. Just poof, gone. No, literally up in no smoke. and of course, I want to go out there and I want to dissect the thing and figure out like why the heck isn't it working. The first one, I just dumped in the water. The second one, we let it sit out there the whole rest of the night. In fact, it's still sitting out there, and so I may dissect that one a little bit, but in retrospect, when I picked it up, the box, I think at the time when we were buying them, I wasn't really even thinking about it, and I'm probably gonna have to pay a better attention to this. But the weight, the thing feels like it's got nothing in it pretty much in the box. So I mean, they were both duds. We got sold duds, and I should have known it just by the weight alone. Usually those things weigh a fair amount, and Trevor says 500 grams or 200 grams. I have no idea how much what they were. One of them was supposed to be a 96 shot. and nothing happened. It was so deflating. But anyways, that was my. I didn't do anything. I didn't try to go dissect it and refuse it and light it like last time. I learned my lesson. So uh, anyways, but we still had a good 4th of July, and I took a short video, and sent it to you guys so you'd see it. But I have all my digits. I'm safe. I hope you guys are all safe and have all your digits as well. Barry Electronics says tomorrow's my birthday, another year older. Barry, you're gonna have to get with me and find out, or let me know what song you want for your birthday, so I can get it down. But hold on a second, I gotta write it down real quick here. Barry Electronics. So let's talk about derivatives real quick here. So in the options, I was pulling them up and looking at them. And I took a picture. I'm really super glad that I did because I wanted to see what they would look like this morning. And this morning they're right back to the way that they were. I'm gonna take you guys back over this other screen because that is the title for the day. Derivatives contracts be looking slim. Well, somebody who's just now coming on probably looking at the derivatives right now and going like, "What the hell is he talking about? They don't look slim at all." Nope, they do not. They are back to where they were, where we have tens of thousands of contracts in open interest showing up on the books now. And everything looks the way that it did when we left on Monday. However, on Tuesday, when I took the picture early on in the morning, it didn't look like this. It looked entirely different, and I'll show you what it looked like so you can see what the difference looks like. Give me 1 second while I pull it back up. Let's see here. I think I'll just take a screenshot of. Oh, I have a screenshot of this. Well, let me take another screenshot. There we go. So I'll put this up side by side so you can see. Obviously, the call open interest contracts is under this column right here going down, and you can see that. I mean, you could probably add up on you know 500, 100 people's hands. You could probably add up on 100 people's hands here. How many open contracts there are and calls. Puts also extremely low values in here, and open interest very, very low values are being reported. And here's the thing is I kind of thought like, oh, this is surely got to be a mistake, like surely Fidelity's just not reporting the information accurately. There's no way this can be accurate because there was like a crap ton of options that were open going into this week and open interest, and there's just I doubt that this is accurate here. And so I verified it through Webull, and Webull was reporting the exact same numbers. I went through every single one of them, and everything was reporting exactly the same. And now look at the difference here. When you come over to the other column over here, you can see everything's the same right down to about the $2.50 strike where it hits 11 contracts. And then it starts changing. 39, over 1,000, over 10,000, 34,000, 39,000, 17, 15, 4. I mean, this is like the numbers are astronomical, and so it really kind of made me wonder, like, what the heck is going on here? Like, why is this happening? Why are we seeing a change in these contracts that are showing or being reported as being open? And I don't know. I really don't have an answer for you guys. I'm not. To me, when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, perhaps we lost a player. I'm kind of wondering if this might be slightly related to Libor transferring or propagating over to SOFR. If you guys don't know what that is, I would highly recommend you do a little bit of a deep dive into it. I'm still kind of researching into it a little myself, and it's quite a complex topic. Well, it seems like it's quite a complex topic, but if you listen to enough videos, it starts to sink in a little bit. If you just go to YouTube and type in LIBOR to SOFR, there's plenty of videos in there, people talking about it as far as 2 years ago. So it's been a known issue. Oh, by the way, since you're probably wondering, like, what are the puts like in contrast? Here you go. Here's the put open interest in contrast to what it is now. So let's see. It stops after the first two. So by the $1.50 strike, the numbers start changing. And let's see, going from the bottom up, the numbers are different. Let's look back at the calls real quick here. Bottom up. Yeah, different. So something happened. I don't know. I don't know what. The other thing too is I took a picture of next week to see what next week was going to look like, and that one as well. This is next week was showing up with extremely low quantities of open interest, very very low quantities. Specifically, some of the highest amounts down here. Look at the spread right there. That's a massive spread. Look at the puts here at a $9 put. And then I took one more picture because I was like, I kind of want to know, like, does it ever go back to normal where we see like just crap tons of open interest? And I had to go to the week ending on the 21st, 2 weeks from now, a week and a half really. Well, actually, I guess it's 2.5 weeks. And those do, oh man, I can't draw an arrow. Those do go back to normal. And you can see there's quite a large sum of contracts that are in here. I'd say, well, I actually already looked to see, but you can see that there's a very large quantity of puts and calls for a $10 strike. And to me, when I was looking at it yesterday, I was like, oh, okay, so they're expecting to see by the week of the 21st, they're expecting to see the reverse split and conversion occurring, and they're putting max pain in at $10. Obviously, there's puts that are in much lower than that, at a 40, which would, if a reverse split and conversion happened, this would end up being $40, and this would end up being 100. But there's a lot of volume in there, and so there were some interesting things kind of going on with some of this. I feel like, and this is a feeling. This is not proof, or I don't have any kind of I don't have any way to really kind of substantiate that this is truth. But I feel like what we were seeing here from yesterday's numbers for this week, this is probably what retail holds. Like we always talk about, like what's, how much of it's retail and how much of it is institutional moves. And so if you took these numbers right here, this to me looks like the quantity of contracts that would be open by retail that probably are just staying open. What it looks like now would probably be institutional positions that are open. Why would institutional positions suddenly stop reporting? Again, it makes me wonder if it has something to do with swaps, which could be in relationship to LIBOR to SOFR. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if they used July 4th as the day to kind of swap that all over, but that's certainly what it looks like. I don't know for a fact if that's what it is, but that's what I'd be leaning towards. All right, enough of that. You guys probably want to see the numbers. It's 626. It's time to get looking at those numbers. Let's see here. I got to clean off the glasses first. And you would imagine, that would make sense, right? Like it would make sense to me that if retail was the ones that had contracts open, but institutions had to stop reporting the contracts long enough to do the swaps to be able to open the positions back up again, and not really open, but report the positions being there again, that would make sense. And so we basically, it almost as if you got a snapshot of what it looked like to see the difference between institutional contracts that are open versus retail for the next 2 weeks. Yeah. Happy birthday, Barry. If we don't, if you're not here on your birthday, which I totally understand, like, I mean, go have some fun, right? If you're not here on your birthday, happy birthday in advance. Pink Floyd, another brick in the wall. Hold on a second. I will, as soon as I get done cleaning my glasses, I will put that down on my list. I've already played that one. If you got another one that you'd rather hear, I mean, I'm sure that's probably your first choice, so I'll play that one, but pretty sure I played that one before. Let's see. Glasses are almost clean. Do I have clean glasses, or are they smudged? That looks a little smudgy. I think I might be wiping off last night's smoke haze off right now. It requires a little extra attention. Oh yeah, that's better. Much better. All right. Or money. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I played both of those, but that's all right. I'll play another brick in the wall. I think I've actually played them twice. It seems to be a favorite. All right, I got you down. Alrighty, moving forward. Let's take a look at these numbers. Glasses are clean. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Why the heck am I missing one of my spots here? Why isn't this showing up? What's your problem? Give me a second while I try to figure out why that spot down there is all dark. When you do sign up for two-factor authentication, when you do so, make sure you have if you have the ability to put in a secondary device, to put that secondary device in, and sorry, I can't talk and do this at the same time. In case something happens to your primary device, you never know. Not a bad idea. Also, please take pictures, video footage, or request for a digital copy of proof of ownership of your portfolio from your broker. You never know when something's going to happen to where somebody decides to, your broker, I shouldn't say somebody, your broker decides to misreport what it is that you hold for a position. That would not be very happy. Why is that doing that too? Man, there's so many things. So I did updates this weekend. I did updates, and now all of a sudden, everything's like, I checked it this morning first thing, everything was looking fine. Now all of a sudden it's all off. Give me a second while I fix the top part up here too. Oh no. Redo. It won't let me redo. Hold on a second. I screwed it. I screwed it up. I always forget which button to push. There we go. How far up do I have to go? My goodness. There we go. It's a Monday morning. It feels like a Monday morning. There we go. Much better. All right. Price prediction tally marks. Yesterday we had Ape close at a bucks, or not yesterday. Monday we had. I don't have my calculator up. Monday we had Ape close at a $1.76. Ape, I'm sorry, Ape at 176 and AMC at 444 for a total $6.20. 470 would have been the subtracting $1.50 out of that to kind of make it easy on me to figure out who got the correct price prediction. Einstein was off by 10 cents. Apex off by 15 cents. Einstein picks up the point, but he didn't have a price prediction that was further away than anybody else. So he doesn't get any extra bonus points. I was only a couple cents away from his prediction, so let's go ahead and just give everybody 1 point for the week. One last round of applause for Einstein's win for last week. Nobody missed. It's been a long time since we've had misses. It's been much easier to predict price than the past. All right. Short exempt volume for AMC. 343.8. 343,000. Nice little jump there. We will be looking at failure to delivers here in a little bit. Those got reported, and we do have, obviously being on the threshold list, it would be pretty obvious that we have a larger quantity of shares that are. Where did my list go? I need my list. I seem to have misplaced this list. Oh, there we go. A larger quantity of shares that are not delivering on time. We'll see how much longer that lasts for. Ape had 5,821, so a really low amount of short exempt volume, 5,821 for Monday. Remember, it was just a half day. AMC was up 0.91% on Monday. And Ape was up 1.15. Utilization. $91.43. So no change. Let me just verify the date on this real quick here and make sure that that's accurate. Date. Should be the 3rd. Yeah, it's reporting accurately. No change. Actually, that's not true. So they reported data for July the 3rd as 91.46, but then dropped it to 91.43, which is the same reported number that we had on Monday from Friday. So there was an increase from Monday's numbers, but then it went right back down to 91.43 from yesterday. So we're back to the same exact number. And then on Ape, let's see, it's reporting 29.71. Let me just verify the date on this one as well. Okay, that is accurate, 29.71. We're underneath 30% for the first time here. I do expect to see that number to continue to drop right up until the conversion reverse split. So it might almost be like a ticking counter, kind of indicating like when we're getting closer and closer to perhaps that conversion reverse split happening. Taking a look at Max Payne for the day today. That I think is updated for the week. Let me just give it a quick refresh here. I wouldn't expect it to be anything else other than 450. That is correct. Taking a look at off exchange. End of a day, I would expect to see about 64%. Now, we only traded a half day on Monday, but I would still expect to see the same quantities percentage-wise going through those exchanges. So we got 52.16% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 6.53. The combined total is 58.69%. A lot of additional volume. Well, actually, there wasn't really a whole lot of additional volume, but CHX did see 0.65% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.49, so it was low, but it was 104,000 shares. A lot of volume going to EDGA, at least some of the extra additional volume there, and also the IEX was up as well. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange for Ape on Monday was 43.58. EDGX was 4.45. The combined total 48.03%. That's 15.9%, 15.97% lower than I would expect to see. Where did all the extra volume go? A lot of it went to NASDAQ, GSM. Those are global markets. That could be in relationship to what I was talking about earlier, LIBOR to SOFR. We also had another one that was elevated was CBOE BZX was also up as well. CHX volume was 0 shares. On GME, CHX volume on Monday was 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.36. Nothing unusual going on there. Institutional ownership this morning coming in at 139.259 million shares. Nothing unusual going on with that. That's where it's been. And options, highest amount of open interest on Friday was at a $5 strike with 32.3 thousand contracts. It's now 39.7 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume at, oops, my stuff is in the way here. Highest amount of volume coming in at a $4 strike. There were 63.6 thousand contracts on Monday. There's 65.9 now. Market signaling for a closing price on AMC by the end of the week between $4 and $5. Give you guys a little bit of music here as I move some screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, as you can see, we broke out of this descending level of resistance on Monday a little bit earlier than I anticipated. I didn't think it would happen until today. We've got a couple levels of Fibonacci retracements that we got to get done here, moving upwards until we get to the point that I'm looking towards is perhaps a retest of $6.57. That's where I feel like we're kind of headed right now, and what we're supposed to be retesting with some of the signal that we had from the past. So we're going to be looking through to get through some of that. Some of the bigger points of resistance that we're going to have is this one right here. This descending level of resistance is going to be a really tough one to get through. So and that's going to. I'm not sure where we're going to meet up with that in time wise, but I think we are making that crawl back up to retest $6.57. in regards to like more of a minute by minute or a micro kind of scan of price movement, right now I really kind of feel like once we broke through this level of resistance right here, we found consolidation after bouncing off a 636 resistant Fibonacci retracement. So I think that's good consolidation, and it kind of sets us up for the ability to be able to make a continuation price movement upwards, seeing that consolidation inside this price point here. So we just kind of, so I guess a lot of people like to call it filling the gap. We've filled that gap already, and we're like, okay, ready for the next run here. So this little movement down is going to cause us to kind of cool off our RSI and allow that ability to be able to see some more upwards momentum. Ortex reporting 22.93% short share interest of the free float. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like. And there's our utilization at 91.43 from 91.46 from Monday's numbers. On loan amount decreasing ever so slightly from 180. Well, I'm going to go with Monday's numbers, 188.92 down to 183.98. So 4.96. I'm not going to use a calculator on this. I'm going to write down 4.96, and I think my math is okay on that. 4.96 million shares having been returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping as well from Monday from 23.28 down to 22.93. Let's see how much that's going to be here. Oops. So of that 4.96 million shares, Ortex estimates that about 1.86 million of that was in return short interest. Oh no, my marker's starting to fade. It's time for a new marker. On loan average age per day, rising still. It went from 124.39 to 126.05. And security lending volume staying about the same. From the third, it dropped from 7.06 million shares down to 6.53 million shares. Let's take a look at the failure to delivers real quick here, because I'm sure some of you guys might be kind of interested in what those are starting to look like a little bit. We'll zoom out just a tad so we can see what this looks like in contrast to some of the previous numbers that we've seen. A good stacking of about anywhere from 3 to 3.5 million shares for at least a consistent 4-day time span. Do note that this is not obviously as large as some of the other spikes that we've seen from the past, but it is still a fair quantity of failure delivers. I know 3 million right now doesn't seem like a whole lot, but in the grand scheme of things, and of course it's going to compile this data or compress this data a little bit here to the farther out I zoom. When you zoom out more, this period of time in failure to delivers is way bigger than anything that we've seen from the past. So, and it's actually about the same time span as well. On Ape, short share interest of the free floats reported at 4.64%. There's our utilization dropping from 31.92 down to 29.71 over this last 2 days. Our on loan amount dropped from 9.27 to 9. It actually flattened out. No extra return shares from Monday. So net even. No borrows, no returns. as a net. Estimated short-term interest of the free float should have stayed the same as a result, and it did. On-loan average age per day, slightly increasing from 123.59 to 124.59, and security lending volume day over day decreasing from, let's see here, 2.47 million shares down to 854,000 shares. I don't think there's going to be any failure to delivers massively reported on Ape, but we'll check it. Looks like there's about 65,000 shares that were reported as failure to delivers in this latest reporting. And of course, those numbers are coming down pretty drastically here. VIX futures are showing up 1.94%, which usually means the market's going to be down. And sure enough, a lot of the indexes are showing downwards momentum for the futures, anywhere from 0.44 to 0.76 down. Orders by Fidelity customers from Monday at market close. I'm looking for AMC, Ape, and GME on this list here. I do not see them. Likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price was at $4 for the day-to-day for AMC. And Apes is $1.584. Shares available to borrow showing at 25,000 shares as of right now. Earlier this morning, it was 30,000 shares. Let me give this a quick refresh and see what happened here. I guess they borrowed about 5,000 shares just now, just a little bit ago, and then another 5,000 shares earlier this morning. So we're only looking at about 10,000 shares having been borrowed so far. Fees are currently at 281.3%. They were 197% last time it reported zero available, so this is definitely increasing. There's currently 132.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 11.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 102.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 36.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. The title for the day doesn't sound accurate whatsoever right now. We have over 200,000 contracts, almost 250,000 contracts that are out of the money currently. My title looks so dumb right now. If you don't know, it's because you just don't know. But you have to go back to the beginning to see where I showed what happened. You silly brokers. Let's see here. Let's take a look at banks. How are the banks doing in the pre-market this morning? Any big movers? Looks like the douche bank is down 3.09. What else we got going on here? They're one of the biggest down ones right now. Everything else is plus or minus 2.75% or less. So it's just the douche. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 2.86%. Still trending inside my wedge, which I've got ready to break out in the later portion of this month. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.14. Usually when the dollar's up, the market's down. Oil is down in the pre-market 0.26 and SPY is down 0.43. Tesla is down 0.79% of the pre-market. Amazon down 0.41. Cinemark down 0.42. Doge down 3.28. Bitcoin is down 1.11. GME is down 0.4. HYMC is up 0.6. NCMI is down 2.82. Hood is down 0.56. And AMC and Ape are trading evenly with super low volume, by the way. From Monday, the outflow versus inflow, there was approximately $2 million more outflow than inflow. 12,500 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. Incredibly low volume. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.56, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a well, actually, there was no divergence. It attempted to, but didn't. RSI at 51.67, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.9, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, from Monday, we had approximately, well, let's just call it $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.16 thousand shares traded so far this morning. Super low volume. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.13, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.83, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.2, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.92, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. Who? Let's see, on a 1-hour time interval for AMC. Let me erase some of my numbers on my board. All right. From a 1-hour time interval standpoint, we've got lagging line below price line. Conversion is above base. Price is kind of flirting around with breaking onto either side of this right now. As it stands for the day-to-day, we do have a red cloud forming, which usually means that we're going to be trending upwards for the day. But you notice we could trade sideways right now and not even have to do anything. We'd be breaking technically up. So I would imagine that we'll probably close very similarly to where we're at right now. At about $1.76. Do note that there's a green cloud starting to form for tomorrow, which means that we'll probably see some downwards momentum beginning tomorrow, which breaking this cloud would be around 173. So, but I'm going to go for a 176 close for the day today. I was off by a penny last week or not last week, but Monday on the price prediction. Thought I was going to hit it right on at 177, but I didn't. I think 176 is probably going to be really close to where we hit for the day. It could start trending down a little bit, but if it did, I wouldn't expect much lower than 175. Where does the buying pressure kick in? This becomes a very strong buy signal at 176. Actually, let's call it 177. 177, and if it maintains that, it could be a very strong buy signal. I shouldn't say very strong, a strong buy signal. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. We do have the red cloud forming in the near futures, which means we should be starting to head that direction. We're looking, again, closing at 176, 177 is probably very likely, so we can get the breakthrough going into Thursday or Friday through this cloud. The top of the cloud, by the way, is going to be about a 181 price point, 182. Breaking through the green cloud today would be a little bit more bullish, as it would show more strength. Again, it would be 180, which is what we need to do anyways, just to get buying pressure in here. So seeing 183 or higher would likely cause us to become then a very strong buy signal. On AMC on a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base, but do note that price came down and tested the baseline. we've been seeing the baseline kind of act as like this weird bouncing point, which is not very normal. Normally, when price moves down below the baseline, it pretty much signals that the strength or the movement upwards is over. And you can see that we've been flirting with this baby blue baseline in here ever since, I guess you could say ever since the 29th. And yet still managed to maintain price levels really close to the conversion base numbers. The conversion is technically above the base. I don't like what I'm seeing for price movement right now in regards to it all being all over the base like this. And what I'd much rather see is price above base and ideally above conversion as well. To remain a buy signal for the day-to-day, we're obviously going to have to break 460 again at some point, as this lagging line is going to hit this wall and create a sell signal. Unless we see that price back above 460. So we need to see 461 or higher today to see a good buy signal kicking in here. And then on a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and this is where the 1-hour and the 4-hour chart are kind of deviating away from each other here. This chart right here kind of suggests the idea that we're not crawling all over the base, that there's still strength in here, but it's got to make it through this cloud in order to really become a strong buy signal in here, which is going to be above, it's going to be about 460. So we need to see about a 460 price range. I would actually probably just say that 461 would be a perfect number. If we saw 461 or higher, this would turn into a very strong buy signal because conversion would be above base, lagging lines above price line. I mean, everything looks really, really good. You're breaking out of a thicker portion of a cloud, which is difficult to do, which means there's some positive buying pressure going on. So that's really kind of the number I would be targeting for seeing a lot of orders coming in and seeing price moving quicker. And perhaps retesting higher numbers, like I'm expecting to see a retest of about 484, 483, 484. If we don't break 461 and we stay inside this cloud, it's going to be a little bit of uncertainty, and we might just trade sideways. So I don't know what I'm going to do for price prediction for the day today. I probably will wait until closer to market open so I can see if we're trending towards the market or if we're trending opposite of the market. As it stands right now in the pre-market, we're 0-0 on AMC and Ape on pre-market movement. So it looks to me like they're going to push us sideways. So I'd be leaning more towards an even close today. Maybe right on the dot. I'm going to write it down tentatively for right now, but check it right before market opens. We should be getting our pokey stick of volume in here. For AMC, that ended up being 25,000 shares, giving us a total 38,000 shares traded so far this morning. I don't like going really super low on these numbers on AMC, but I mean that is such low volume. 5 to 25 million is the most I can predict, and I'd almost be willing to go even lower than that. But that's the highest I can go on numbers. And then Ape pokey stick of volume came in at 24,000 shares, giving us a total 28,000 shares. Again, very, very low volume, 1 to 20 million tops on volume for the day for Ape. I don't know, something is up with their reporting on this. Like it makes it look like it's not reported any data. Like normally you would see the timestamp. I don't know, it looks weird today. AMC's looks right. Like usually somewhere around this time in the morning you're a little more than half of the way on the aftermarket kind of grayish cloud, blue grayish cloud. On Ape, it doesn't look right. We're only like we're like in the first third. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let's get the Bollinger Bands back up in here. Alrighty, that's all I got for you guys. AMC customer support said they really dodged that 577% cost to borrow after the market closed yesterday. Scared bastards. You mean Monday? I would assume you mean Monday. Take care, AMC customer support. Oh my gosh. You're right, Hazel. You're totally right because every single morning I get up and I just simply put in the next day from the day that I did last, and so you're absolutely right. I just changed it to 7.5. Thank you very much. Apex says morning. Good morning to you. I just wanted to inform you all that I still have all my digits. That is awesome. That is great. Glad to hear it. Can still be a keyboard warrior. Diamond Dave says itchy my moto. I don't have. Let's see. Do we have? I don't have any more information for you guys for the day today, but I'm checking to see real quick here. Monday we did have actual numbers being reported for PMI final. They were expecting 46.3, and it came in at 46.3, so nothing unusual going on there. ISM manufacturing was thought to, it was 46.9 previous. The median forecast was 47.3, and it came in at 46, so it was much further down. And then construction spending. Previously, it was 0.4. They thought it was going to increase to 0.5 and actually went up to 0.9. For today, we have factory order numbers being reported, minutes of Fed's June FOMC meeting being reported, and the New York Fed President William speaks today at 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me check real quick here on these two real fast. I knew it was going to do that. Hold on a second here. Every time I ever try to load this page, it gets me every time. I gotta close it out, reopen it back up. They make a sucker out of me. All right, let me copy this and read you guys the article. Morning. Potato and egg sounds good. Thank you. Let's see here. A barometer of business. So this is in regards to the ISM manufacturing numbers that came out that were much lower than expected. A barometer of business conditions in American factories fell to the lowest level since 2020, when the U.S. was locked down during the pandemic, underscoring broad weakness in the industrial side of the economy. Numbers below 50% signal contraction in the industrial side of the economy. The index has been negative for 8 months in a row, a bout of weakness last experienced during the 2007-2009 Great Recession. They're calling it the Great Recession now? I don't. Okay. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had forecasted the index to register 47.3 in June. The index of new orders rose 3 points to 45.6, but it was still close to recession levels. The production barometer fell 4.4 points to 46.7, also the lowest level since May 2020. The employment gauge declined 3.3 points to 48.1%. The price index, a measure of inflation, dropped to 41.8 from 44.5. That puts it back. To pre-recession levels before a surge in prices pushed inflation to a 40-year high in 2022. Manufacturers have responded to slack demand by reducing inventories and slowing production. Oh, that's good. That's a start. Customer orders have definitely slowed down, said an executive at a chemical maker. Our company thought the second half of 2023 would be better than the first half, but this doesn't seem to be the case. The industrial side of the economy is unlikely to rebound until the Federal Reserve stops raising interest rates, which, by the way, they're going to be raising them here in I don't know how many days. We'll look at it in just a sec. Actually, let's just look at it right now real quick while I'm at it. 21 days, 5 hours, 51 minutes, and 26 seconds. Let me see if I can pull this up here. What are the percentages? .2% chance that they raise it another 25 basis points. It's a pretty good chance of that happening here in less than a month. Let's see here. Higher borrowing costs dissuade consumers and businesses from making expensive purchases. The strength of the economy, meanwhile, has been in services such as travel, recreation, and leisure. And boy, AMC fits that description of something that would be doing well. A similar ISM survey of service companies due Thursday has shown a lot more strength. Looking ahead, the fact that there is no real demand in new order levels is a concern, said Timothy Fior, chairman of the survey. Without demand coming back, we are going to continue on this path. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and S&P 500 fell slightly on Monday's trades. So I don't know. Maybe that means that manufacturing is actually starting to listen, that they're supposed to be slowing down and not speeding up. However, what is going on over here? Taking a look at construction spending, up 0.9 when they only expected an increase of 0.5. So what happened? That's May. This is not the article I want. August 2nd, 2021. That's not the one I want. 2 days ago. All right, here we go. Construction data exceeded expectations on Wall Street. The construction industry posted a slight gain in May as companies and the government increased spending on projects across the U.S. Spending on construction projects rose 0.9 in May to 1.93 trillion, the Commerce Department reported Monday. Wall Street was expecting construction spending to rise 0.5 in April. Construction spending reveals how much the government and private companies spend on projects from housing to highways. The more the U.S. spends on construction, the higher the level of the economic activity. The government revised spending on construction in April to 0.4 from an initial read of a 1.2% increase. Over the past year, construction spending was up 2.4%. In terms of residential real estate, private residential construction fell 11.6% in May. Wow. In terms of residential real estate, private residential construction fell 11.6% in May. Single-family construction fell sharply by 25%, but was offset by multifamily construction, which increased by 20.4%. Man, I'll tell you what, guys. I don't get out too much, but when I do get out, the apartment complexes around here have just massively started building, and I I swear, like every time I go driving down the road, I see a new apartment complexes going up all over the place, and it's like, where did that come from? I swear I was down this road like less than a month ago, and all of a sudden there's a new apartment complex here, and they're all over the place. They're popping up everywhere. Big time. So I understand this makes sense. These numbers make sense to me. Spending on public residential construction rose by 12.3%. The U.S. Increased spending on public residential construction by 8.3%. Stocks were down. Okay, I don't need to read that. The 10-year Treasury note fell below 3.8%, and if I'm not mistaken, maybe I should just pull it up instead of guessing. I was gonna say, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were above 4 on the 2-year. But let me just refresh my memory. I've got that page here somewhere. This one. I went this year. Current month. 2-year was, I should have said 5. 4.94. 4.94 on the 2-year. The 10-year was at 3.86 on Monday. Wow. That's insane. Just for your guys' reference, in case you want to know, so you don't have to look it up, and I can provide you the link for it as well. But those were Monday's treasury rates for the different contracts, term contracts, and what they were for a yield. It was you can see that the the 10-year over here is that's really low, and then the 2-year over here is much higher. It's an inverted yield. That is not a good thing. But I will give you guys a website to be able to look this up in case you want to do it on your own. I certainly never mind revealing the links to get to that information. Einstein, I got you down 477 to 777, sir. Thank you very much. I think I'm probably going to have a very similar number. Let me just, right now, I might change it right before market open, but right now as it stands, let's see. Right now I'm looking at about a $6.20 close combined, which would have me going 470 to 770. So I'm pretty close to your numbers. I'm going to go ahead and write myself down for 470 to 770, but I may change those right as market's getting ready to open. I just need to see if we're trending with the market or against it. Let's see here. Between the Feds and the hedgies, we're lucky to move at all. I don't know who that is because there's no name in there. It says seen Indiana Jones, not great, but not bad. I liked it. That was really good. I wouldn't put it up there as like the best one of all time, but my wife actually said she liked it better than any of the other ones from the past. It was her favorite, she said. She's like, I think that's my favorite. I was really surprised. So I think it kind of depends on each person. I liked it more than the last one, that's for sure. But that's part of that could possibly be to the fact that I'm not a huge Shia LaBeouf fan. The reviews of Sound of Freedom are off the charts, people realizing it was shelved for 5 years. Wow. I need to get with a manager. I actually know of a manager I can reach out to and get some information from. I want to reach out to a manager and find out if I buy the movie tickets using my A-list membership, if I actually have to attend for it to count. Because for me, part attendees part of the money from the movie ticket sales of seats for that. And I would buy like the worst seat. I wouldn't buy something that would take up a good seat. I would buy like the worst seat in the house with the A-list membership 3 days a week. And just knowing that that money would go towards the helping of children that need help. I Attendees Plus Plus. I don't even know if I can go watch that movie. It would just break my heart. I don't think I can go watch it. It would literally just break my heart. You guys would see me shut this down. And I would go out and I would start trying to help out however I could. I just there's some things where it's like I don't know. Like I'm one of those people that I'm real passionate about that, man. And those poor kids. Point Break Thor says, in my opinion, Indiana Jones was focused on by the trolls to suppress interest. I like the movie. It wasn't my favorite, but certainly worth the price of admission. Yeah, I agree. I liked it more than the last one, that's for sure. Apex, it sounds good, man. I don't blame you for not wanting to put it out right now. I want to see a little bit more info. SC Formula, 2 weeks. Barry Electronics says 460 to 760. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Marvin says, I'm not familiar with Figgy, but something Figgy. But it's something to do with QSIP number for AMC. Marvin, I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Active, good morning to you. If you do buy tickets, you could give them away to a charity club as giveaways. Hold on a second, I got a cough. I guess you gotta be really, really careful who you give that ticket away to. I mean, I feel like there's some charities you might not want to give that to. Just saying. The QSIP number was a change for AMC, and if reverse split happens, they are forced to close the naked short positions. I don't necessarily believe that to be true. And I've heard a lot of people suggest that to be the truth. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Harrison and a Walker was kind of a downer, though. That wasn't Harrison and a Walker. That was Richard Dreyfuss. Oh, no, wait. I'm thinking of a different movie. I'm sorry. I saw another movie over the weekend. I saw a movie over the weekend, and it had Richard Dreyfuss in it. He was in a Walker, but I know what you mean in regards to Indiana Jones being in a Walker. I laughed really, really. I think I laughed out loud, and I don't know if anybody else knew why I was laughing, but Sala looks over to Indy, he's like, Indy, let's go, or something like that, right? And they go running across the street. They probably had to go like 10 feet. And watching them shuffle along was was really funny. So I laughed a little bit because their shuffling made me just smile. The Richard Dreyfuss comment was from who was it? Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase and Richard Dreyfuss, and I don't know what the name of the movie is, but Richard Dreyfuss is a stand-up comic, and boy, man. Uh, he. It's sad seeing all of our childhood uh, movie stars getting as old as they are, because it makes you realize how old you are. And yeah. Anyways, I didn't finish that movie, by the way. I fell asleep through it. Actually, Blue Baller, we've got to today. We got to come up with a list of some new movies, and I might open up the back of the Big Tramp to do that. Yeah, it was Richard Dreyfuss as a stand-up comedian that they decided to go back on the road again, and Chevy Chase is his manager. All right, my hot coffee that turned into cold coffee is now gone. I'm set for the day here. By the way, guys, really weird thing happened to me. Not that any of you care, because I know there's people out there go, I don't care about your blood pressure. That's all right. That's all right. You're gonna hear it anyways. My blood pressure did something very interesting last night. I've been running anywhere between high 120s to low 130s on the systolic, and diastolic been running low 90s, 90 to 95. And well, yesterday, for example, I woke up, it was 133 over 91, which is pretty normal. No, I'm sorry, 125 over 91. In the afternoon, it was 133 over 91, so pretty close to the same. And then I ate like crap. Between the second reading that I had for the day, which was at 2:30 in the afternoon, and 11:50 at night, I ate crap. I'm talking like salty chips, two hamburger. I ate one hamburger first, and then later I ate another one. Much later, like 2 or 3 hours. Much later. Two hamburgers, and trying to think what else I had. I guess that was pretty much it. That was the crap that I ate yesterday. And I went and took my blood pressure, and it was 118 over 84. And I'm like, what the hell? Does this salt retention help? Like, I kind of figured like I should be eating better and doing less salt and all that kind of stuff with this medication that I'm on. Why in the hell would I eat like crap and then suddenly drop to 118 over 84, which is the best numbers I've had so far? I haven't had any numbers like that at all until I ate like that. And I really just don't understand what happened. I woke up this morning and I took it this morning. I thought, okay, well, let's see what happens in the morning. 134 over 92. I'm right back where I was yesterday morning, like just a little bit higher. And I'm just sitting there going like, what the heck happens? Like, is there, I don't know. It's really weird to see it so low. Han Solo. I don't know. It's a weird thing. 118 over 84. If I had 118 over 84, I'd immediately stop taking the medication. So true. We had a friend stop by last night that we haven't seen for 19 years, and their kids are all grown up into professions now. That was a kicker on how old we've gotten to. Yeah. You're probably not wrong, Blue Baller. Mega Hulk says, ask your doctor. Yeah, weird stuff. I definitely will be asking about that. For sure. I've been putting in notes under each time I take my blood pressure, and I put in 8 complete crap today. And she's gonna put in there. She's probably gonna say like, "What you mean by complete crap?" And I'm gonna be like, "No, I was eating poop." And then just see what she says. Why is that happening? Why did my blood pressure? Why did it go down? Doctor says correlation does not equal causation. Yeah, but in this particular case, Dr. Zeno, I haven't seen numbers like that at all. And the only thing that I did differently was eat crap. That was it. Salty foods, majorly salty foods. And all of a sudden the numbers are way down. Hazel says, keep up the bad work, Casey. I've been eating so much healthier, Dr. Zeno. So much healthier. I've been drinking tons of water. I haven't had any alcohol since I started this medication. I haven't had anything. The only thing that and this morning's numbers were right back to where I've been normally. So the only thing that changed was that meal, that very specific meal that I had with salty chips and hamburgers. I didn't mow the lawn. The only other thing that I did differently as well was I did fireworks. Right? Like I don't normally do fireworks every single night. So that was the only other thing that I did differently. Everything else was the same. So I don't know. The only thing I can think, Nate, because you're mentioning the increase in sodium, the only thing I can think is retention of water, right? So if I was dehydrated, uh, I could have had vascular uh, constriction. And then with the salt of the potato chips, it would have created more water retention, which would have given me perhaps maybe more less restriction on vascularly. That's the only thing that really kind of makes sense to me a little bit is that a little bit of, maybe I was sodium deficient and needed some more sodium to help retain more of the water that I've been drinking. So that is a little bit of a side effect of this medication is that you do pee a lot more. So I was just drinking a lot more, and so it could fully be that I was overhydrated, which I don't really think is the case because pee color. But it could be that I was overhydrated and I needed more sodium to kind of increase vascular flow. That would be my only guess. Hence the reason why it was so low when I took it. Casey, I DM'd you an audience review of Sound of Freedom Intense. Dude, I can't read that on air. I'll start crying like a baby, man. I'll read it, but I'm not reading it live. Dust off the Peloton and ride gently for a few weeks. That's the next step, Point Breakthrough. I need to see 2 or 3 days of under 130 on systolic and under 90 on diastolic, and that's when I start the exercise. I'm waiting for that to happen, and then I'll be there. All right, it's break time. It's a video. Oh, man, it's gonna be even worse. I'm gonna totally come back like all sniffly and everything. Just eat non-processed foods. It's really that simple. It is food in its pure form, nothing from a packet. And definitely no soda. I haven't been doing soda or alcohol since I started this. No soda, no alcohol, and I've been trying to stay away from anything salty. So I think that's really what it came down to was that I needed the sodium, and it allowed the water molecules to be able to kind of penetrate into tissues where it needed it. All right, I'm gonna take you guys to a break. I'm gonna go to a break. You guys are just gonna stay here or do whatever you're gonna do. Let me put up the message real quick here. My doctor's gonna be like, I normally wouldn't say this, but you need more salt. I'll be like, wait a minute, what's going on here? I thought that was the bad thing. We'll be back at 8:15. No, Trevor, I took it. I ate at like the last time I ate was probably 10, so I took it almost 2 hours after I ate. Yep, Chad says low volume day again. Absolutely, you're right. 100% on that one. Alrighty, I'm out of here, guys. I'll put on some music for you here, and I'll see you guys back here at 8:15. right, let me cut the music. So I'm just kind of looking to see where the market may be moving here today, and I know the markets are down right now. However, I'm starting to see the U.S. dollar starting to break down to the bottom side here, and this box that I've got drawn up here on the U.S. dollar is suggesting that there's going to be a break to the bottom side of this ascending level support that we've been seeing here, lasting as far back as 627. So couple weeks here, and right now you can see there's all kinds of indication that the U.S. dollar is going to start heading down here. This is on a 1 hour time interval, and it's got the vortex indicator about ready to cross over. TTM squeeze is showing that there's a very obvious trend in the downwards direction. This breakout or going down below here could be even sooner than the box that I've already painted up in here, but I'm kind of using my typical rule of leaving out just the tip, but I'm thinking I'm leaving out not enough. And actually, I think we're in the box now. I think it should probably be like this. Yeah, so I think we're really close to seeing that breakout to the bottom side on the US dollar. If the dollar starts going down, I would suggest that the market would start going up. I am seeing Ethereum Classic down right now, 3.21%. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. It's down 1.58%. Get rid of that. VIX is showing up 5.4, which should have the market moving down. I feel like I need to look at a shorter term VIX indicator. I, I, hmm. I think I'm leaning towards a pretty close to even day today. Watch for SPY to break 443.50. If it breaks 443.50, and do note here that the SPY was moving up and it touched the top side of the Bollinger Band that I've got showing here on the 1 hour time interval, which typically means it's going to come back and retest the simple moving average. And here it is bouncing off the simple moving average currently as it stands right now. You can see that there's very obviously still a lot of volatility. It's been pinching in just a little bit here, but still quite a bit of fair amount of volatility. We could see this bounce off of the simple moving average and start heading back up again. If it does break 443.50, we could see this running up some additional amount here, perhaps retesting off of 448. If the SPY does go up today and bounces off the simple moving average, then we will likely see AMC going up too, but probably fractionally. If this goes down and breaks through the simple moving average and continues down and doesn't find support at any of these Fibonacci retracements that I've got set up in here, which is pretty much almost dollar increments down, it could, once it gets down below 434, it could move pretty quickly downwards. Where are we going? Where are we going? We are so close to breaking We're so close to my box that I've got in here for breaking 16 on the VIX. Yeah, I'm going to stick with my numbers. I'm going with the same close, exactly the same close that we had on Monday. 444 on AMC, 176 on Ape. I don't think there's going to be any change today. I think it's going to be a sideways trading day. For a combined average of 620. Let me just check one more thing. At market open, watch for a retest of this rising level of support, which at market open should be somewhere right around a combined total of around $6.11. It might be 613 combined, like it might hit somewhere around that's actually around 1 o'clock. It might hit pretty early on. And then a bounce off of that, and then maybe trading out sideways for the rest of the day, recovering by the end of the day, kind of following up this trend line. Yep, sticking with my numbers. Alrighty, that's what I got. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and as. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Denkst du vielleicht grad an mich? Dann singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons und dass sowas von sowas kommt. Kriegsminister gibt's nicht mehr und auch keine Düsenflieger. Heute zieh ich meine Runden, seh die Welt in Trümmern liegen, hab 'n Luftballon gefunden, denk an dich und lass ihn fliegen.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I know. the title is so deceiving today for anybody who's woken up and not aware of what I posted on my Discord or Twitter or anything like that, and then you'd be looking at it going, derivative contracts be looking slim. You're like, what? What the hell is this guy smoking? Well, I took images. I got photographs of it, and so I have proof. So let me just kind of, I'm going to log in my account real quick here, and I just want to show you guys something real fast. And I did verify it through multiple sources to verify that I wasn't just dreaming when I pulled this up. So I do, on Discord, you can see it, the multiple source images, and it was the exact same numbers. So I was pretty confident in what I was seeing. But on the 4th of July, all the derivative open interest contracts that were out there were just decimated. Like they're gone. They just disappeared. And so it kind of left me wondering. And they didn't just disappear from this week, but they also disappeared for next week. I haven't compared the following week after that, and ending the 21st, which I still need to probably do and take a look how much those changed by. But let's take a look at it here real quick, and I'll show you guys what it is that I mean by that. Pulling up the page real quick here so you guys can see it. I think, maybe, possibly. All right, it's refreshing. So you'll see now, there's lots of contracts in here, like tons of them. You got a $4.50 strike right here. You've got right here, you've got 34,000 contracts. Here, you've got 39,000 contracts. So there's definitely some contracts in there showing up. There's lots of contracts, and then you got over here on the put side at a $4 strike right here. You've got 65,000, almost 66,000 contracts that are showing up there. However, let me pull up the Discord. Take a image. So what I saw yesterday was this. And they were gone for this week, ending this week. They weren't just gone for this week; they were also gone for last week. So this is where we're looking over. We're looking at open interest for both the calls and the puts, and they were just absolutely gone. And I'll show you next week's here in just a second. But yeah, I mean, you can see the numbers are still matching. They were matching as of this morning. They were matching. Hold on, let me pull this back up just a tad. As of this morning, some of the open interest was still matching. For example, for the calls, it was matching all the way down to $2.50 strike, where you got 1, So those are still the same. But then you've got these huge quantities of contracts showing back up again. So it kind of got me wondering. I mean, originally when I saw this on yesterday, and I posted it, I said, I kind of thought to myself, like, I wonder if this is LIBOR SOFR related. Maybe they were doing this, closing out the positions from Libor and reopening them, doing this, reopening the swaps for, through SOFR, and maybe they were using the 4th of July as that period of time to make that switch, and that's why they're showing back up again, or at least being reported. And then, and if you were thinking that, guess who wouldn't be involved in that? That wouldn't be any non-institutional investors, which means that the only thing that would have been remaining potentially showing in here would have just been uh, retail contracts, would have been what was left over showing in here. And so this may indeed, and this, if you look at it, I mean, this really does to me look like about 10% or less of the total outstanding amount of well, it's far less than 10%, but this, to me, this really could be retail. This is what retail actually does in a normal week here in contracts. And so, I mean, that's kind of interesting, right? I mean, that does kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of maybe what retail does. I can't confirm that's exactly what it is, but it's just very, very odd that you would see these numbers changing like this. But they're back to normal. And then if we go to next week's numbers listed here, I'll show you guys an image for next week. Let's see here. Next week's numbers were also very low in contrast to what they are now. They've obviously increased again. They were showing up super, super low. For example, here at a $5 strike, there was 15,000 contracts. Yesterday, they were showing up, what was that, a $5 strike? At a $5 strike, there was 20. So big drastic difference here, and it really kind of makes it look like, yeah, this really could be retail because you got a lot of calls and puts over here at a $9 strike, which was kind of weird, but some just weird stuff going on with these numbers. And like I said, I did verify this through a second source, so it wasn't just um, the source Fidelity that I'm looking at currently. And then I guess let's pull up the week after that, the 21st of July, and take a look at those numbers. Let's compare those real quick, see if those changed any. So this is the snapshot that I got the other day. Yeah, even those are different. At a $3 strike yesterday, there was 233 contracts. This is today. It's now showing 3,941. So even those changed by quite a bit. You can still see there's definitely increased volume. Here's an interesting one. At a $10 strike yesterday, it was 304,000 contracts. Today, it's only 291. So there's some funky stuff going on here. Like this shouldn't be happening. 262. Yeah, the puts changed as well. Went from 292 down to 262. There's some changes. I don't know. I don't know what I really don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know. Misreporting? I don't think so. I was getting it from two different sources. I know other people were getting it from other locations as well and seeing the same thing. But something's not right here. Something's drastically different. I don't know. I really don't know. For example, look at this one over here. Look at the put. Look at the puts in open interest for a $1.50 strike, 1,147. It's not much different today. Today it's 1,162. Hardly any change on that one, but then some of these have much, much bigger changes. Why? What about this 62 right here? 62 contracts, still 62. I just don't. It's hard to make any sense of this. I don't know what happened. Anyways, did notice it, and I guess that's seeing the changes is the beginning portion of the battle. Trying to figure out why they happened is the mystery. I don't know that I'm going to get to the bottom of it, but I might do some inquiries and find out what I can find out. But yeah. Let's. We got about almost 15 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. Einstein says exercising contracts to cover failure to delivers. No, because they're still there. They can't. I mean, they would have had to exercise them. No, they couldn't have. They couldn't have exercised those contracts. It was a closed market, so they couldn't have exercised. Because I pulled the information before the markets were open, and it was a holiday, so they couldn't have closed anything. And by the time I opened them up this morning, they had changed back to the numbers that they were at. So they couldn't have reopened and closed a position on a day where it was a holiday. Glenn says this is Greek to me. No pun intended, right? Currently, we've got Ape up 0.28% at 1.765. AMC is down 0.79 at 4.405. GUI says cost to borrow is crazy. I haven't refreshed yet, so I don't know what it is, but I can. Let me refresh the numbers. Cost to borrow average right now is at 694. Should be on the screen there for you guys to see at the bottom side there, right below, right next to the AMC KC logo is the cost to borrow. Yeah, but the problem is Einstein is they can't do that when everything's closed. The positions were open and closed, or the numbers changed when they shouldn't be able to change. Albert says, so technically, Casey, you saying those contracts going away is against the rules. So what I'm saying is that somebody stopped reporting. And so where all these brokers receive the information to get the open interest, the amount of contracts that are open, somebody had to have stopped reporting a certain positions, all these positions, and then started reporting again and started reporting something different than what it was prior. So I can certainly submit something to FINRA or the SEC and find out potentially like why that would be the case, why they would be reporting something one day and then changing the reported amount before it should have been able to have changed. Plague says KC cocaine in the White House, anything goes. Yeah. I mean, that is the one thing that I can think of is that, there may have been contracts that would have changed positions, global markets that might have been still open that could have changed. But that's sure a lot of positions. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a little perplexed by it. For those of you who are just joining in, we got numbers in this from Monday for ISM manufacturing. It was down quite a bit. They were expecting 47.3% and got 46. That's down 0.9% from the 46.9 previous. And then construction spending is up, but it's not in um, residential housing. It's up elsewhere. And then today at 10 a.m. or in about 10 minutes here, we have some factory orders numbers coming through. Previously, it was 0.4%. They're expecting an increase to 0.6%. So we'll see what those numbers come out to. I don't know if I'll get that before the end of the day is over. And then Thursday, we have tomorrow, we've got ADP employment, initial jobless claims, U.S. trade deficit job openings, and ISM services being reported. Also, S&P flash U.S. services PMI as well. So. John, good morning. When will the Fed Chairman Powell join the settlement table and put an end to this AMC mess once and for all? He doesn't have anything to do with it, really. I would say, I mean, the he doesn't have any say in it. His only tool in his tool bag right now is interest rates, and that's it. It's the only tool in his tool bag he's got. Speaking of which, for those of you who didn't hear earlier this morning, 86.2% chance at seeing has risen from 86.2 to 88.7% chance at a 25 basis point increase on rates in 21 days, 4 hours, 6 minutes from now. So we'll be seeing some more rate hikes coming here. They're not done yet. Yeah, the meeting minutes are at 2 p.m. That's correct. We got about 6 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. SPY is currently showing down 0.11, doing better than it was earlier. The U.S. dollar still is breaking even right now. And the VIX, at least right now, it looks like it's showing up 4.45%. Getting really close to seeing my box here for a breakup above 16 for VIX, which is about 1.71% low, or 7.1 points. What am I saying? Did I say 7 points? What did I just say? I can't even remember what I just said. 1.71 points up from or down from breaking that 16 threshold. Well, that's kind of weird. This is showing 14.31 and this is showing 13.57. I'm not sure what to believe here. I'm seeing two different things. I'm seeing a 14.31, but the chart itself is showing 13.57. I'm not sure. Maybe that's because I've got it on the 1 hour. Yeah, that's because I got it on the 1 hour. It'll jump up once the hour is over. Sammy is saying Lael Brainerd. I don't even know who that is. I don't know if I want to look. I don't even know if I want to look. Right now, Ape is up 0.28 at 1.765. AMC down 1.24 at 4.385. I really do despise Sammy Boy, the autocorrect. It really is annoying. Yeah, Darren, we were actually looking at this morning, and I'll probably show it again here when I do the numbers in about 3 minutes. But failure to delivers this go around are way higher than they were from the past. So you're not wrong. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to take care. Hold on a second here. I gotta respond to something here. Okay. 2 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. I'm gonna go ahead and log into my account real quick here. We're getting a little bit of a push down on AMC. I do have a level of support that's showing up on the page here that we may find support off of. And it is kind of the point at where I expected to see some. Well, we're kind of at this juncture right now. We're really close to seeing a breakout going on or a level of support, and I'm not sure what it's looking like. It might end up being a breakout, but I'll throw this up on the screen here, and you can see that we're breaking through two different levels of support that we have. So if we do break past this, we're going to see that push down and probably retesting numbers like 596 combined, and maybe even potentially lower. These are pretty strong support lines that we've got set up here. We did have a break similar like this in the aftermarket hours very briefly. We'll see if it bounces back up off of this. Bounces off that a little bit here. You can see on AMC more directly. You can see that there is that support, that same kind of support line that I've got drawn out here for AMC support. And so if it breaks past this, well, it's actually starting to break past it. So if it does break past this, we're going to get a little bit of a push down here. And one of our next levels of support is going to be, and we move past the simple moving average too. So we're probably going to be retesting something around 419 as a potential bounce point. It's crawling on that Bollinger Band pretty hard here. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, but I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second here. Got to move a couple screens around. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting the top left-hand side for the day-to-day, we've got everybody got a price prediction tally point for Monday. Remember, this is only a 4-day week this week, so we're going to have less points awarded this week, but so far everybody's got a point. And price predictions for the day-to-day, I've got 470 to 770. Eric's sticking with his 5 to 8. Apex has 475 to 775, and Einstein has 477 to 777. All of our numbers are very, very, very close to each other. There's not anybody that's really sticking out here other than Eric with his 5 to 8 prediction, which would get him a bonus point if we did end somewhere closer to his numbers. As he is 10 cents higher than the rest of us. Taking a look at short exempt volume on AMC from Monday, it was definitely up to 343.8 thousand shares. Ape was way down at 5,800 shares in short exempt volume. Utilization remained the same from Monday to 91.43%. Ape was 29.71. I think that was definitely down. We finally broke 30% on that, and I do expect to continue to see the downwards momentum on that up until the reverse split and conversion happens, as that's generally what's going to happen. Is they're going to close out as many positions as possible. Day-over-day price increase on AMC from Monday was up 0.91%. Ape was up 1.15. Max pain for the day-to-day is $4.50. I didn't expect to see any changes on that from Monday's numbers. Off exchange, by this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Right now, we've got 56.63% going through off exchange on AMC, and EDGX is at 6.18. The combined total on that 62.81%. That's about 8.81% less than what I would expect to see more than I'd expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 2 shares going through there, nothing unusually large. Taking a look at Ape, holy crap-oly. The New York Stock Exchange has more volume as of right now than the off exchange. That may have happened one other time ever. I rarely have seen this happen. Highly unusual. Off exchange is at 36.65%. EDGX is at 3.41. The combined total, that's 40.06%. That's 13.94% less volume going through those. Look at that. Look at the New York Stock Exchange. 47.11% going through New York Stock Exchange with a 30-day average of 14.46. That's really super high. Obviously, I don't think it doesn't take a genius to see that difference. Wow. Okay. Maybe everything transferring back over from the global markets that they had moved over. We'd seen over the last week or so a lot of Nasdaq GSM market movement. Now maybe it's transferring back over the United States. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with these numbers, but it's crazy. Hold on a second. I just accidentally erased something. There we go. All right. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume is 0. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at institutional ownership. It was 139.259 earlier this morning when I refreshed. Let's see what it is now. Not really expecting any changes yet. I don't think we're in a reporting period yet. And it's thinking. There it is, 139.259, no change. Moving on to options. Highest amount of call volume so far this morning. It's currently at a $4.50 strike. That's down 50 cents from Monday. There's currently 3.6 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That's also down 50 cents from Monday. And we're at 1.9 thousand contracts. Notice there's a very strong runner-up at $4.50 strike for puts with 1.5 thousand contracts. So in the money puts currently being purchased. Actually, it could be in the money. Actually, that's not really true. I'm not being completely honest about that when I say that, because that volume could actually be closing of positions at $4.50 strike. It doesn't necessarily have to be volume in a purchasing. It could also be closing of positions as well at a $4.50 strike. Taking a look at the other page, combined price of AMC and Ape is at 609. We did find it looks like we found a little bit of support right around 606, 605, 606. And yeah. I'm really kind of expecting to see this trend back up and kind of fall in line by the end of the day, right about where we kind of finished off last week. So whatever drop this was, I think this is definitely a test of this level of support that we've had, and I think it was an attempt to try and drive price down below that to see if there was selling pressure that would be found. And if it bounces pretty hard off this 606 and trends back upwards again, then there may have been no selling pressure found there. Borrowed change amount for the data so far. We've got 108,000 shares having been reported as having been returned. Short share interest of the free float is at 22.92%. Cost to borrow mins at 8.27, average 694.6, and max is 1,006. There's our 100% utilization, not looking so 100% anymore. Day over day, it did decrease from. I mean, we went from the third to today, or the fourth, going from 91.46 to 91.43. But prior to that, we had 91.43. So we're really kind of at the same point as where we were before at 91.43% on utilization. On loan amount decreased from Monday, 4.96 million shares returned, going from 188.92 million to 183.98 million. And then we've got the estimated short share interest that closed of that 4.96, or basically 5 million shares returned. About 1.816 million of it was in short interest that was closed out, and our current on loan amount has dropped from 188.92 down to 183.9. Oh, I'm sorry. The current short share interest of the free float dropped from 23.28 down to 22.93. On loan average age per day increasing 124.39 to 126.05, and the security lending volume very slightly decreasing from 7.06 million to 6.53 million shares of security lending volume. Taking a look at the overview on Ape, so far this morning, 8,000 shares borrowed. It's going to keep the estimated short share interest, the free float, the same at 4.64%. The 8,000 shares borrowed so far this morning must have been multiple borrows, as there's different cost borrow, average, max, and min. Min is at 6.77, average is 6.84, max 6.91. Total utilization still dropping, and I continue to expect this to drop right up until the conversion reverse split. Went from 30.36 to 29.71. On loan amount pretty much staying the same, going from 9.27 million shares on loan to 9.27. No change in that whatsoever. And then the estimated short share interest, the free float, would stay the same at 4.64. On loan average age per day obviously rising when you have no change in loan amount, from 123.59 to 124.59, and security lending volume decreasing from 2.47 down to 854,000 shares in security lending volume. Taking a look at failure to delivers, because we did touch on that here just for a second, and we did earlier this morning as well. This last reporting had us at somewhere between 3 and 3.5 million in failure to delivers showing up per day. This is part of the reason why we're likely on that threshold list. As I scan out here, you're going to see, compared to the past, especially and it's going to consolidate some of these bars together here the more I zoom out. But compared to the past, we have seen way more failure to delivers in this period of time in here than we had from the past in both the January and June run-ups. And I don't believe that the January run-up was necessarily a squeeze on our part. It was more of a loss of control market-wide by hedge funds. So really it's market makers, but I mean hedge funds that happen to be part of market making. And then in the June run up, you can see failure to delivers were really stacked during that period of time as well. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But this is definitely a much more consolidated point in time of failure to delivers that are showing up than from the past. And looking at Ape failure to delivers as well. There's nothing really outrageously abnormal about the numbers that I see in failure to delivers in here. And I do expect this is on a decline. I do expect to continue to decline. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. And due to low volume, I doubt we're on it. We are not. Man, I drink my water like I drink my alcohol. Like big gulps. SSR, I must have, I don't know, I must have trained myself to just start gulping everything. I don't know why I don't just sip water anymore. SSR for the day today for AMC is at $4. Ape at 1.584. Shares available to borrow is still at 20,000 shares. That's what it was earlier this morning. They did borrow about 10,000 shares so far and have not returned. Well, they did return 5 of that earlier. Borrowed another 5,000. Haven't done anything since. Fees are skyrocketing. They went from 281.3% to 868.7% on this at 9:16 this morning. Currently, we've got 132.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 11.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 102.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 36.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.06. Dow Jones is down 0.38 and S&P 500 is down 0.17. We have 3,971 decliners to 1,990 advancers. The market is on fire, hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It's going to burn the crap out of your feet because that looks nasty. Holy Toledo. That's insane. Looking at banks. What do we got going on here with you banks? What are you doing? What are you up to? Holy crap. That can't be right. Let's wait for it to update. I gotta. Sometimes these numbers just take a little bit to update, and I did update the software this weekend, so I'm not sure why it's still taking forever. But it could be because I've got so many on the list here. Looks like it's. Come on, update. Maybe it is updated. Let me click on one. Yeah, it's updated. All right, big movers for the day today. We got FRCB up 7%. Silvergate's down 38.41%. Let's see what else we got going on here. Other big movers, Deutsche. The Douche Bank is down 3.28. Coinbase down 3.22. What else we got big? That's the biggest movers, plus or minus 2.75%. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.57. The US dollar is breaking even. It's not sure which way it wants to go this morning, and it's definitely retesting. It's testing a level of support that I've seen from the past. I kind of want to change that just slightly, but we'll leave it for the way that it is. It's trying to break down. It looks like the U.S. dollar is trying to break to the bottom side here, but something's keeping it at set right where it's at, not moving. Oil is currently showing up 0.52. By the way, the U.S. dollar is trending up, but may break this trend if it breaks past this level of support that it is currently breaking past right now. Oil is currently up and trading sideways for the most part for the day today. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.14 to 0.24 and trending down. SPY is currently down 0.07 but trending up. VIX is currently... Well, how could that be, Casey? How in the world is it that the SPY could be trending up be down still 0.09? Well, they had a drop overnight when markets started open. I guess it would have been in the early this morning. It was an immediate drop at market open, so you can see there it's working its way back up to trading back to where it was at 444. I said if we broke 43.50, we could see 443.50. We could see this starting to run to the top side. So it may be retesting 443.50, and if it does break that, it should continue to run upwards. Who's causing, so this is where you would go to the SPY and you would look to see who's got the biggest positions that move the SPY, because right now we know the market's on fire and hot lava, right? So somebody's moving the market up right now, and it's a very small portion of it, and it's still moving the market up. So this is more circling of the wagons and protecting of uh, the larger held positions by institutions. They're protecting their wealth, securing their security, their collateral securities. VIX is currently showing up 4.23%. Getting ever closer to my box here. VBR is down 0.85. VB is down 0.77. Tesla is up 0.74. Amazon is up 0.17. Cinemark is down 4.92. Doge is down 2.81. Bitcoin is down 1.19 at 30.4K a coin. GME is down 1.41. HYMC is up 2.55. NCMI is down 0.31. Hood is down 1.17. Ape is up 1.82, starting to take a little bit of a run. The opposite direction is AMC. And AMC is down 3.84%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately, let's see here, 5, 6, 7, close to 8, almost $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.54 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 48 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 28.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 20. That's really close to the 5 to 25 million volume prediction I had, and of course this number is going to come down as the day continues on. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than the buying pressure, with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 44.81, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, same thing. Divergence in the vortex indicator with more selling pressure than buying pressure within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 37.89, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure by quite a bit, with RSI at some unknown number, because it likes to screw up on me sometimes and give me a fit with showing me. It's at 29.01. I could have just hovered over it and found out, but I don't like it looking. I like to see the number off to the right. 29.01, which is signaling oversold right now. On a 5-minute interval, we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 20.85, which is signaling oversold. And definitely hitting on this Bollinger Band to the bottom side here. We should see price returning back to the simple moving average, which is around 440. Taking a look at Ape, inflow versus outflow. We're looking at just a little over $600,000 more inflow, and then 2.04 million shares traded so far after 50 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 15.91 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 1 to 20 million share prediction I gave this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.3, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 60.57, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have the exact opposite going on right now, where there's been a divergence within the last hour to hour and a half, and RSI is at more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI at 63.59, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.21, which is average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is right at price line. Any more higher in price, and we're going to start seeing lagging line of breaking above the price line, which is a very strong bullish indicator. And we have conversion above base. This does become a strong buy signal at about $1.77 is what I said earlier this morning. and that right now we're at 179, so we're getting a little bit of a buy signal here on Ape, and it gets the intensification. Is that a word? I think I just made up a word there. It intensifies intensification. It's because I'm from California and we do Californication on everything. That's what it is. It intensifies that buying pressure. Based on this 4-hour chart, you're going to see here that lagging line is rated price line. Conversion is just broke base. If we break above a $1.83, we will break through a green cloud, and that intensifies that buying pressure at about 183. So you'd see a lot of buying pressure kicking in. I don't expect to see us closing there today. I do expect to see us, however, maybe reaching some of those that 183 level, perhaps going into tomorrow, as there is some red cloud forming, which is normally where you would break through, not necessarily a green cloud. But moving over to AMC, on the 1-hour chart here, we've got lagging line now breaking below price line, and price now breaking through. It attempted to break through the red or the green cloud. This will set up a red cloud for the future, and conversion did cross over base. This is all a very strong sell signal that's going on here, which is why you're seeing price drop quite heavily, as there's quite a few indicators are probably suggesting this should drop a little bit here. But again, do note that this puts a red cloud going out 2 days from now. Still going through puberty. And basically what that means is that price will start trending back upwards. So this is almost like a retest of some of the price levels that we've seen going up over the last few trading days. So we'll see this drop down a little bit here, probably find some support in that like 410 to 420 range, and then start climbing its way back up again, looking to be breaking out to even newer highs later on this week or going into next week. Taking a look at a 4-hour cloud. By the way, the 4-hour and 1-hour cloud on AMC both reflect a strong purchasing signal at $4.61. So if we move over to this 4-hour cloud over here, there it is, stalled out inside the cloud. Lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base still, but we're not finding the pressure that we need to get above this cloud here. And that's what happens when you move in through thicker portions of red clouds like this, is price tends to stall out. And also the reason why I suggested we would see a sideways trading day to day is I feel like this is just going to kind of trend sideways through this cloud here, and maybe look at that breakout going into next week, like the 1-hour is kind of suggesting. The 1-hour is like, nope, we're going to come down just a little bit here and maybe break out going into the end of this week or going into next week to the top side. And that's what this 4-hour kind of indicates, that yep, that kind of looks like what's going to happen here. You know, we're going to move up a little bit going into the end of the week or into next week, and breaking through perhaps then. So they're in agreement. The 1-hour and the 4-hour cloud are now in agreement. I said cloud and I should have said interval. The 1-hour and the 4-hour interval are in agreement with the indicator, the Chimoto indicator. All right, with that, I don't think I have anything else to say. I say everything all day long anyways. Bollinger Bands are still really high. We're starting to see a little bit of a pickup in volume on AMC as it stands right now. And let's see about Ape. Yeah, they're going to want to control volume at this point. Control volume. How do you do that? Trade price sideways. Glenn says it's a word, Casey. Intensification. All right, sweet. I didn't make it up. That's good. I don't like making it. I feel weird when I make up words. It doesn't feel right. It's like I'm not some kind of authority. I should not make up words. Who am I to be making up words? Thank you, Dr. Zeno. Appreciate that. Point Break Thor says, one of my favorite ones that he used to do, Point Break Thor, was it's like deja vu all over again. That's my favorite one. I don't know why I love that saying so much, but that is one of the Yogi Berra phrases. It's by far my favorite one. It's the reason. You know what the reason for it is? Point Break Thor. Why I have such an affinity to that particular saying of his that I like so much is that it reminds me of something I would say. I could fully imagine myself saying something like that, and I guess I guess it shows me like just human nature or something. I don't. Einstein says if Wall Street is in protection mode, we have been nut kicking them for a long time. I mean, I feel like we definitely have been nut kicking them for a while. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. That's a good one, Jim. I like that. Pirate says the real humor lies in the fact that he was dead serious, spoke from his heart. It's like deja vu all over again. I'm looking through to see if I've got any new messages here. Anything crazy going on? Let's see here. Earlier this morning, I had posted up the the bond yield rates, and I linked you guys to that. For those of you who are just joining, I'm going to pull it up again here, and because I closed out the page already, but I'm gonna pull it up again here and just put it up for you to see. But we are starting out a new month. So the first rates that we didn't have any, obviously we're off uh, the first and the second. There was there was no it was the weekend. No rates to be had. This is an image of the rates currently. One of the things I had talked about earlier this morning, that 2-year rate at 4.94%. It's almost getting ready to break 5, and the 10 years at 3.86. Uh, this is super low, and this is super high, and definitely shows the inverted yields that we have currently. And it's I don't think it's getting any better. I can pull up. What can I pull up? Let's pull up 2023 and then see how that compares to more recently the past. Let me just get a screenshot of that real quick for you guys. This is not something I did earlier. Let's go back. Let's go back 2 weeks. 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 2 weeks. We'll go back to 620. And we can look at the rates and see how they've been changing. Obviously, the 2 years right here, and the 10 years going to be this column right here. So we went, let's see, 374. It looks like the 10 years trying to increase. So it is on an uptrend currently, which is that's actually good. And then but the 2 year not so much. it's it's massively driving down. So or up. Whoa, Casey. Whoa, what are you doing? Why am I drawing down signs? It's also driving up. Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, it was about 30, almost 30 cents less percent. I said cents, percent less. And then 10 years up about 12 cents. 12%. I don't know why I keep saying cents. I said 12%. 0.12. Man, I suck today. 0.3% and oh man, just ignore me. Never mind. I'm gonna stop talking now. But those are the yield rates currently. I'm still digging into kind of a deep dive into the transition from LIBOR to SOFR, and I don't really want to talk about it until I have a little bit more, better of a grasp as to what it is that I'm talking about. So I'm not going to be talking about it just yet, but I would highly recommend that if, I do think that is a subject matter that we should probably be focused on a little bit, as I do think that I think that's probably going to be playing an impact on the market here. Ola Tim says, regardless intensification, we love you still. Thanks, man. Woodstock says, is the stock ever going to go up in price? Holy shit. Uh, Woodstock, when they're ready, I put a poll out last week at some point and said or I think maybe it was 2 weeks ago, I don't know. And I said, how much longer, or what do you think they're waiting on? For me, the way I see it right now, the market's waiting on something. I'm not sure what exactly, but it does really really heavily feel like there's that they're kind of waiting on something. I'm not sure what. A lot of people suggested, I think majority of the people voted on more bank failures, which is a strong possibility. Let's see here. Yeah, 50% of you said bank failures, 23% said CBDC, 13% said laws, regulations to be approved, and then changing of leadership was 12%. So, and I said it's very possible that we see all of them happen all at once. we might we might get a change of leadership, laws and regulations getting approved, and bank failures and CBDC all in one fell swoop, uh, or it may feel like it's one fell swoop. But we'll see. Aquatic Tourist says AMC will close around 4:45 today, but drop to 4:30ish in the after hours. Are you suggesting they're signaling what they want price to get to in the morning hours, and then closing out very close to even? If you are suggesting that, there would be a specific reason, and I'm sure you probably can tell me what I imagine you're thinking the same thing I am. I have a feeling you probably know why that might be the case. Scott says the lawsuit should have been thrown out. It was a joke to begin with. Uh, I'm curious, Aquatic Tours, why you think that might be. I'm just kind of curious if you've got the same idea that I have. I mean, I'll just tell you mine first, and then you can just say whether or not that's what you were thinking. So they're essentially what they're doing is they're pricing in orders as the price goes down throughout the day, and then on the way back up, say for example, like we hit 422 on our way down right now. So they suck up all these orders at 422 and rising, right? You get a bunch of orders pushed through 422 or higher, and then you drop it. You make the trades go through for the orders that and basically somebody completes the trades at lower price cost so that they can basically scalp the difference. Is that along the lines of what it is you're thinking? Because I wouldn't. I feel like that's been going on for a long time. it's uh, it's pretty, and I would agree with you if that's what you're thinking. It's basically scalping of orders. It's trying to create it's trying to create order flow to potentially make as much money as possible to it's not order flow. It's creating it's creating a surplus of orders that they can scalp off of to make more money for the day. All right, sounds good, man. I look forward to seeing it. Then you said, however, the 422 price we are seeing is telling me I will be pretty darn close. Interesting. I can't wait to see. I have a 444 prediction this morning on the close on AMC and then 176 on Ape. Brian says, isn't scalping orders racially insensitive? uh, no, because it's an inanimate object. I don't know. Maybe. At some point in history, I'm sure it will end up being. If it's not insensitive now, it will be later, or it was in the past. I'm not sure which. Or it could be right now. Who knows? CPR says, I'm glad the SEC is to protect us. My money is totally safe. Good morning, Food Dog. Sammy Boy is calling Dr. Zeno Herr Zeno. Ali, good morning. Did anybody have any mishaps for 4th of July? Something's going on. Sorry, I'm really surprised to see 300 people watching right now. It makes me feel like something's going on here. Something happened, guys. We've got an anomaly. There's 300 people watching. I'm saying this. The reason I'm saying this is I've actually seen a direct correlation to people watching and something happening. It's been very, very common that I've seen that from the past, and it's really funny. I've actually done. I used to show this a long, long time ago. There's an analytics screen that shows up on my screen that I watch when I'm looking at your comments on YouTube. And when I'll switch you guys over to the other page so you can see this real quick here. Uh, if you look at the numbers on the chart here, it's really funny. Sometimes you can take the chart for the day and you can actually like chart it to actual price movement, and it literally is like almost, depending on the scale that you use, it almost looks exactly the same. So it's kind of funny how that works out. But when I see a sudden influx of people walk in, I go like something's happening. It always makes me wonder like, oh hey, something must be going on here. My mom grew her next to her My mom grew her, and then you didn't put what she grows. She grew her next to her lavender plants, and my gas passages smell like Febreze. My gas passages. My gas. What would cause gas? Potatoes? Uh, broccoli? I've actually done this before, Andrew Morgan, so I know tomatoes. See, that's exactly what I did, Andrew. I grew tomatoes next to lavender and got lavados. It sounds like a demi joke. I got lavados. I grew demi lavados, and those lavados were horrible tasting. Absolutely horrible. It was the most worst thing ever. By the way, I have no green thumb, so I make those kind of mistakes all the time. I had no idea you could grow lavender next to tomatoes and get a cross between the two. Um, but it does happen apparently. Don't do it. Those tomatoes taste the worst. Jim, you're saying that the Indy and Flash were two of the biggest box office bombs in history. Uh, I guess we'll see. I mean, we didn't really need those. I think we're still doing well, even if they didn't perform well. But I went and saw Indy, and I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I think they're getting a lot of negative media for very obvious reasons. I still have not seen Flash. I want to, but we're actually going to see tomorrow. Tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to see Insidious, and I have an extra ticket. We had somebody decide that they weren't going to go with us after all, and so now I've got this extra ticket. Anybody who lives in the Austin, Texas area, you want to come and see Insidious with me on Thursday at 4 p.m., let me know. Lavocado. I would never grow avocado. It grows on trees. I don't know if you know that or not. I actually grew up in a old avocado orchard area when I was younger, and so every home had like, well, not I shouldn't say every home. Our house actually had zero, but a lot of homes in the neighborhood had one or more avocado trees in their yard. And there was one specific house that I used to, that when the guy would go on vacation, he would hire me to water his yard. That guy had like a grove of avocado trees, and when those things ripen and nobody's eating them because nobody's picking them, and they fall to the ground because they're going bad. It is the worst, nastiest thing ever. It's not the worst, nastiest thing ever, but it's bad. It's really, really, really bad, and it's not a good thing. And I don't like avocados. Oh yeah, Glenn says hedge funds paying for negative articles. By the way, did you see the one this morning where they were claiming that AMC was going bankrupt? That they're going to be claiming bankruptcy? Saw that one this morning. It's not true, by the way, guys. It's simply just putting out, I guess it's not somebody else is printing the. It was actually Reuters. I always get it wrong. Reuters. It was actually Reuters that reported it. Who did it last time? I can't remember who did it last time. I want to say it was like Market Watch last time. Let's see. I'm gonna go to the AMC News and see if it's put up here. All these are 1 day ago. I don't see it up here. They may have already retracted it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on a second. Okay. It may have been a joke. Somebody may have been joking around because they did use a stock picture from Reuters from the past. They used that same picture with the backstab retail investors one and then reposted it. I'm not seeing. I'm looking right now to see if it's there. I don't know if they've retracted it already or if it's just not showing up. But I do see the backstabbing one from them from 5 days ago. But I do not see the one that I was seeing passed around on Twitter. So it could have been just a joke. Or somebody was putting out there, but I should have probably clicked on it to see. I just don't like clicking on those things just because I hate. To me, whenever you click on something like that, you're supporting it. Jack, there's not trivia for today. We need to go over that. I was thinking about opening up the back of the Big Tramp and covering us going over some movies to do for this next round. So I'd like to come up with like maybe 14 or 15 15 movies. That would be 3 weeks. John Four Leaf Clover says it was a fake Reuters account. All right, it was on Twitter. I know I responded to it on Twitter, so that's good to know. Let's see here. Thanks for reminding me because now I can remember where it was that I do have a copy of it. So here it is right here. Breaking news, AMC Entertainment Holdings files for bankruptcy citing overwhelming debt burden. It has Reuters Europe with a check mark next to it with 2,617 followers, so you're not wrong. Definitely seems like a very suspect account. And then it says right here, you must like, I said, you must like, what? That's not what I hate autocorrect. Oh no, that's right. You must like, and I guess I left out the two. You must like to wear lawsuits. They fit you well. I couldn't even put two in there. I gotta put two. I suck. Sometimes I'm just typing so fast I drop words out completely. My brain's like, I already finished writing this sentence out an hour ago, and you're still typing. You need to drop some words. But yeah, this is totally not true. The picture that they've got in here is that same picture from the backstabbing picture. It says July 5th on it on here, but obviously this must be a fakie. Faked. Yeah, Tom D says in the article about Gensler resigning, there's going to be big pushes like this, guys, for us to I mean, just think about it. If it fools one person and they panic and then they do something stupid, like because they just panic or something, that's all it takes. It just takes one person. If they get one person out of that, that's all that it takes to maybe make their quota for the day. So, it's really about making sure that you check everything, know your DD, understand what's happening. Don't let that stuff rattle you. $17.96 Patriot says, "Have you heard anything on the Sound of Freedom movie?" We talked about it a lot this morning. Somebody sent me a link to it, and I don't even, man, I don't know if I can go watch that movie. I will pay for tickets just to pay for tickets to support the cause, but I I don't need to hear about it to support it because I know, and I think that's it hurts me, man. It hurts my soul to just hear about crap like that. Like no kid deserves to go through some bullshit like that. Nobody. But yeah, go see it, guys. There's child sex trafficking going on all over the world. Here in the U.S., it's bad. It's been bad for years. I was living in one of the states that was one of the what was identified as one of the worst states for it, which was Arizona. And they it's just bad news, super super bad news. And I do know I've heard that a portion or some profit of that movie goes to helping people to catch or tear down these rings. So go watch it if you can, or at least just pay for a seat. And if you're not going to go watch it, make sure you buy a seat that's like one of the ones that's like way out of the way that nobody really wants to sit in anyways. Food Dog says, Casey, it just tells me the psychologists they have working for hedgies are dumb. Dynamite says, definitely a rough watch, Casey. Yeah, I don't even have to I don't even have to watch it to know that it's going to be a rough watch. Funky Pizza Production says there's an interview with the lead character from the film where he mentions adrenochrome. Have you ever heard of that before? Never. I've never. I don't even. Hold on a second. I gotta look it up and see what it is. It sounds like a drug. I don't know what that is. Hold on a second. I'm looking it up. It's a chemical compound produced by the oxidation of adrenaline. It was a subject of limited research from the 1950s through to the 1970s as a potential cause of schizophrenia. What? Huh. Okay. Christopher Bate says a lot of children have gone missing in the Ukraine. Mr. Finance says need to for up a form up let's form up need to form up a citizens anti-pedo task force in every state, city, and subdivision. The community would end it real fast. Government just uses it for money. I was hearing a report somewhere saying that the CIA is like responsible for a lot of it, and I was like, holy crap, what the hell? From the kids? What the heck? Yeah, I don't. There's no way I'm gonna be able to watch that movie. I it'll. I would have to shut down the live stream and change what I'm doing. I would have a completely brand new passion in life for how I invest my time. So I can't go watch something like that. It's gonna really upset me to the core. We got about 3 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers again. Mr. Finance says, "Yep, CIA, FBI, and DOJ all in on it." Well, damn, dude, that's some crazy shit. Which is even worse because it seems like like if that's the case, then it's going to be that much harder to combat or take down, and um, because now you're up against people that you shouldn't be up against or having to fight against. Yeah, Point Break Thor says, yeah, going to that movie and chomping on milk duds and popcorn isn't practical. I'm just gonna take a box of tissue. I mean, I probably can't go watch it, but if I did, I would just take a box of tissues with me. Wow. One day ago, we got a positive article. I'm sure they're going to put a big old butt in here. Hold on a second here. Let me read this butt sandwich. I can feel this coming already. I haven't even clicked on it yet here. Yahoo Finance putting out what appears to be a positive news article about AMC, but here comes the big butt sandwich. Let's see. I'm clicking on it, and it says AMC Entertainment AMC outpaces stock market gains. What you should know. Here it comes. This is gonna be a big old. This is gonna be the biggest butt you've ever seen in your life. In the latest trading session, AMC Entertainment closed at 444. That was Monday, marking a 0.91% move from the previous day. This move outpaced the S&P 500's daily gain of 0.12. At the same time, the Dow added 0.03, and the tech-heavy Nasdaq gained 5.14. Wall Street will be looking for positivity from AMC Entertainment as it approaches its next earnings report date. The company is expected to report EPS of negative 0.17, up 29.17 from prior year quarter. Our most recent consensus estimate is calling for a quarterly revenue of 1.26 billion, up 8.04% from the year ago period. For the full year, our Zacks consensus estimates are projecting earnings of negative 0.37 per share and the revenue of 4.46 billion, which would represent the changes of 60.22% and 13.96% respectively from the prior year. Any recent changes to analyst estimates for AMC Entertainment should also be noted by investors. Recent revisions tend to reflect the latest near-term business trends. As a result, we can interpret positive estimate revisions as a good sign for the company's business outlook. Research indicates that these estimate revisions are directly correlated with near-term share price momentum. To benefit from this, we have developed the Zacks Rank, a proprietary model which takes these estimates changes into account, provides an actionable rating system. The Zacks Rank system, which ranges from number 1 strong buy to number 5 strong sell, has an impressive outside audited track record of outperformance with number 1 stocks generating an average of annual. Oh, this is a bunch of advertising. I'm not reading all this bullshit. But they do go on to say AMC Entertainment is currently a Zacks ranked number three, which is a hold. They're telling us the same thing we've always known. 2 weeks. Uh, yeah, I'm not gonna read any more of that trash. What a bunch of trash. Trash. Oh, man. Trent, I'm sorry to hear about that, man. I'm glad you had the ability to spend those last some more time with her. Remember the good times, man. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Give me 1 second while I take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns from me specifically until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Trenton, I'm not just trying to like blazingly just flip past it. It's just I don't deal well with death and uh, graduations and weddings. I actually don't do well at weddings either, so go figure. I don't know. It's like I don't like the extremes. I don't like severe happiness and I don't like severe sadness. I'd rather just be I'd rather just be even keel. But I do genuinely feel sad for you and for your loss. So I hope you guys are able to find peace, and I'm glad that you were able to spend that last moment with her. Okay, let's take a look at some of these numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere between 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere around 11 and 12%. On off exchange for AMC, we're currently at 56.78%. EDGX is 7.16. The combined total on that 63.94%. That is about 3.94% higher than it should be by this time of the morning. CHX volume is 0.1 with a 30-day average of 3.36. Nothing unusual going on there just yet. On Ape for the day today, we're at 48.85% going through off exchange, and New York Stock Exchange is back down to some more normal numbers now. EDGX is at 6.66%. For a combined total 55.51%. That's about 4.49% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 0. It's 22 shares going through there. They're at 0% right now, so nothing unusual there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 108,000 shares having been returned. It's 125 now. It's going to have the estimated short share interest of the free float not really changing anything. It's at 22.92%. The cost to borrow mins at 8.27, average 718.81, and max is at 1,006. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 4.96 million shares. Ortex estimated that about 1.81 million of that was in closed short interest, bringing our shares on loan to 183.98 million shares on loan. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 8,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now a return of 462,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 4.61%. Cost to borrow mins at 6.77, average 6.84, max 6.91, and shares on loan for the day, day over day, did not change at all, leaving us at 9.27 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike. We went from 3.6 thousand contracts to 11.8, And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. So it did move up from $4 from an hour ago. An hour ago, we had 1.9 thousand contracts at 4.5. We now have 6.7 at 4.5. Market really closing in on the idea that we'll be closing at about a $4.50 strike price on AMC by the end of the day today. The combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.16. We did move back up and above that level of that rising level of support, and it was really just a test. More than likely, I mean, whenever you see something like this happen in here, very oftentimes, I mean, there's a couple different reasons, but I think that they're trying to find sellers that are willing to sell shares as they drop the price hard. Maybe it's off of news, maybe who knows what it's from, right? But you see a sharp downwards trend, and depending on how successful they are at finding shares, it either ends quickly or more quickly than not, and then you see a return on price movement. The other part of that would be scalping off of positions that are created as the price is moving back up. But let's see what we got going on. I don't have anything to update you on other than I do expect us to continue to trend along this line here and upwards. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, but I doubt we'll be on this list due to low volume. And we are not. SSR tripping price for the day-to-day on AMC is at $4, Ape at 1.584. There's 15,000 shares available to borrow now. When it was 20,000 earlier, we've seen about 15,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees are at 667.9% after having been earlier this morning at 868.7. Moving on. There's currently NASDAQ is up 0.08, Dow Jones is down 0.23, the S&P 500 is down 0.05. We have 3,972 decliners to 2,060 advancers, which is actually better than it was an hour ago and not necessarily on fire as bad as it was earlier at market open. Taking a look at some of the banks out there, some of our biggest movers, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. I've got FRCB in at 8.55. I'm going to see if these numbers are changing. It looks like they might be changing instantly now. FRCB is up 8.55. Silvergate is down 36.87%. The douche is down 3.51. Coinbase down 3.55. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently down 3.51% and still trending inside this wedge here. I would look at the top yellow line and the rising white line as the wedge, and this is the potential breakout point here that I had drawn from before. US dollar is currently up right now 0.14% and trending up this line here that I've got drawn out here, this level of support that's held from the past. When it does break past this, it should break pretty strongly. It should move quickly. I have a loss for words. Oil is currently breaking even for the day today. I do have a box drawn here. What is that from? Oh, yes. Oil has been trending down in price. I'm expecting to see it move up here within the next, somewhere starting today, going to the end of July. I do expect to see a breakout upwards of a very long wedge that's been created from these oil prices. So I think oil price is going to start trending back up here soon. I'd be watching especially on like a daily, I'd be watching for like a trend change on this. And I think we're about there. It's peaking out right now. We could be seeing that reversal within the next few days and seeing oil prices starting to run again. This descending wedge right here has been going on since beginning of this year. I got the very beginning of the year showing the downwards trend. Very, very strong trend in here, and should break to this upside on this next run up. So we're going to start seeing higher gas prices here soon. Then we've got mortgage-backed securities down anywhere from 0.35 to 0.44% for the day and trending downwards. SPY is currently down 0.01, but trending up for the day since market open anyways. VIX is up 3.07% and getting close to my box for a breakout above 16. VBR is down 0.74, VB is down 0.81, Tesla is up 0.2, Amazon is down 0.05, Cinemark down 4.71, Doge is down 3.31, Bitcoin down 1.28, GME is down 2.89, HYMC is up 1.13, NCMI is up 0.76, Hood is down 1.03, Ape is up 2.27 at 1.8 a coin. We need to break 183 to really get the good push on the momentum on that. And then AMC is at 4.365, down 1.6, it was 1.6 something, 5% or so. Inflow versus outflow, about $300,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today on AMC. 6.84 million shares traded after 112 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 23.81 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with crossover within the last 4 to 8 hours. RSI is at 51.31, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure, quite a bit more, with an RSI at 48.01, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.54, which is slightly below average. And you can see that the strength and the weakness. So whenever the TTM squeeze is showing a downtrend, it shows weakness in price movement. When you start to see it fading like this, it means that there's more strength. So you're starting to see some strength. Obviously, the vortex indicator also indicating that strength as well, and a potential crossover here within the next hour or two. And RSI at 44.79. We currently have, on a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure within the last 15 minutes. RSI is at 50.7, which is average. On Ape, for the day, we've got about $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.2 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see, 3.2 divided by 114 minutes of trading. We are on pace for 10.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.23. Which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 62.09, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.41, which is above average. We've also printed a TD9 and should start to see a little bit of a reversal on Ape. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.39, which is above average. And give me 1 second while I take you guys back to the other page and fix. I guess don't really have to move it too much. I noticed I had inadvertently adjusted the size of the screen here. That's probably good. Alrighty. Whoa. You guys are going off on somebody. Brian says, how many women can you fit in a Lambo? Um, Me personally, one, my wife. It's the only one I need. For you, it's probably a little different story. I just put the ball on the tee with. Oh, I'm not even reading it. Ooh, Mega Johnny says Mega Johnny must have saw that last Evil Dead Rising movie. Depends on how many. It depends if you use a wood chipper or not. Oh man, that if you guys didn't see that movie, that last part with the wood chipper, woof! I've never seen so much blood. I'm pretty sure it put Kill Bill to shame. I feel like Kill Bill would have been one of the bloodiest movies I've ever seen previously, but this one took the cake. Sammy boy, take care, man. Have fun at tennis. I feel like I need to go back and rewatch Fargo. I feel like I would appreciate it more now that I'm older than I did when I was younger. What year did that come out? I know I didn't see that until it came out on video, so it had to be at least a year or two after. Let's see, Fargo. The movie was in 1996. I probably didn't see it till 1998, 7 or 8, depending on when it released in 6. So I'd have been like 23-ish. 22, 23. I certainly don't think I enjoyed it as much as I should have. After the real blood and guts I've seen in the clinical world in the past, I cannot watch any blood and guts movie at all. I think I would feel like it would desensitize you. I feel like it. I mean, I've done some medical. Um, I mean, I don't want to say that. I don't want to try to make it sound like I've dealt with like blood and guts everywhere or anything like that, because that certainly isn't the case. But I've dealt with some medical stuff dealing with blood, and I really don't feel like I have a hard time with it as long as it's not my own. Because if it's my own, it's a totally different story. I get faint as soon as I see my own blood. I've got that condition that some people have when they see their own blood, where they get that like fight or flight condition, and they just like they get kind of they want to pass out. Yeah, I see my own blood and I just want to pass out. Anybody else's blood doesn't bother me at all. I just I feel like I got to get a job done. Stop the bleeding. Sounds good, Funky Pizza. Looking forward to seeing it. Also, I did listen to the song that you had sent out. Yukon is still working on his portion of it, I believe. So when he's done, I think I'm going to add my portion on top because I don't want to put since he's already working on it. I don't want to like make something and like kind of alter his um, creativity. Faith, family, and fishing. I've been off the grid for the last few weeks. What's going on with the court case, and what is your take on it? I really don't have much take on it. I mean, I guess all I'll really say is that there was one specific point, and I didn't really listen to the whole thing at all. I stayed away from it because to me it's just like rubbernecking, and it's really been just kind of like a waste of time, in my opinion, uh, which has always been my opinion. But the one thing that I did hear the plaintiff counsel say was is that he didn't want to call it a bluff, basically them settling, but he was basically stating that they knew that they didn't have a lawsuit, and he literally says, "I don't want to call it a bluff," but he was basically saying they were basically bluffing to try and get a settlement out of AMC, and so they really didn't have a case, and so you know the idea that it was just kind of a waste of time really does seem to be the case. Uh, I think the judge is going to rule, and I don't even really care which way she rules. I just want it to be over with as sooner than later because the faster the better. So what's the over under on whose Coke was in the library? Come on, man. We know whose Coke it was, but we know who they're going to blame it on. It's certainly not going to be whose Coke it really was, that's for sure. I just don't like horror, period, but I am hooked on the mystery series on Netflix, especially the UK ones. Hmm. Yeah, Hazel. Probably not right now, but maybe towards the end of the day when people who actually do the movie trivia, uh, I'll probably open up the back of the Big Tramp when I do the end portion of the day, and we can start talking. We'll do like we'll do like we're not gonna do movie trivia this week. So what I'll do is because I mean we're already into the week and there's we already missed 2 days, so there's no sense in doing it. But what we'll do is we'll come up with 15 new movies. Anybody who comes to the back of the Big Tramp and wants to discuss, or people discuss in the live chat, we can talk about what movies we want to do. You're welcome, Faith Family and Fishing. Welcome back, by the way. I hope you're rejuvenated. Glenn says, "Cannot believe the plaintiff talked about bluffing." I know. I could almost see him because obviously I'm just listening to it, Glenn, but I could almost see him do like air quotations as he said a bluff. It really, like the way he said it, it made it. I could just envision him doing air quotations. But it was, it was pretty obvious. Um, I'm not even. Y'all are bringing up the White House stuff, and it's like I'm not even focused on it. I don't even really care. let's focus on getting somebody new in there that let's get through however much time we got left. What is it? Do we have 2 years left? When's the next elections? Uh, actually, I don't even know. 2024, next year. All right, cool. Let's get through with this year and a half that we have to go through here, and just try and get to the next more positive, hopefully more positive. Hopefully, this nation will sit down and take a look at what we've been doing from the past and realizing that, like, it's time to start looking at people who want to make positive changes in this country and not just the same old BS that we've been getting for a long time. So it's really, I mean, it's time to make some big changes. We need somebody who's not part of the status quo. Somebody who's ready to get in there and actually just make make things happen. But I'm done with the drama of what's happening with that whole Biden and Hunter and all that kind of stuff. I think, Pirate the interesting thing is that I think that the attorneys, and I doubt the judge will do anything like this, but man, wouldn't it be crazy if the judge didn't award the attorneys nearly as much as they should get paid for this Yahoo of an event that occurred? Um, that would be justice, in my opinion. Oh, so you telling me you came in here and wasted everybody's time and the company's time for making money so that you could try and settle a class action lawsuit to get shareholders something for something that you were just bluffing on? All right, cool. We'll award it to the shareholders, and you get a very small fraction of it, smallest as possibly can be. That's not going to happen, but it would be really cool if that were the case. It was really funny, Mr. Finance. You said no vacation, no parties, no nothing but business. I was actually thinking about this the other day, and one of the things that I feel like they always track is like how many times they've gone out to play golf. And so I started thinking about that. I was like, man, it's 4 years of their life. I mean, unless you're running for a second term, but it's 4 years of your life that you're dedicating to it. Like, can't you skip? I've skipped golf for 2 years. I've skipped golf for 2 years over this. Like, I've decided to bite the bullet and keep my golf funds out of coming out of my pocket. Giving up golf for 4 years is not that bad. I mean, you can find other things to do. Uh, I don't know. I'm really surprised that they go golfing. I don't know, like, where do they find the time? How does that work exactly? But I mean, then again, though, I feel like I'm being a little bit of a hit. I mean, I feel like they do have to have some downtime. So I mean, I don't know. Golf just seems a little extravagant, I guess, to me. If I were going to put in 4 years of something that I believed or wanted to dedicate my life to, I would definitely put golf to the side. You know, to me, I would feel like that would send a message to people that I think golf is more important than my job. And I know that that sounds ridiculous. Like, what? He's got to have some fun time too. He can't. He's a human. He has to keep up mental health and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, but there's so many other things you can do. I guess it's the image part that kind of throws me off a little bit. Like, you're the forefront of the image of what it is that you stand for. And if you've got the whole world looking at you and everybody's counting how many times you've gone golfing for, Maybe you should just cut golf out altogether. I mean, it's a sacrifice. Being the president is not. It's a sacrifice. You're giving up something to do something to accomplish something. It's not just another job. To me, it's not, anyways. And I would hope that anybody who is the president wouldn't just see it as just another job. I see. I would actually disagree with that, Jim. I think there's a lot more than that involved. I think from the average person, we only see a very small portion of what it is that they're involved in on a daily basis. There's a lot going on in this world, and they have to constantly be up to date on that kind of stuff. And it's way more than just being a figurehead. Yeah, optics do matter. I agree. Oh, Ice Cream says, how can you play a game with everybody watching? I know that's the worst part about it too, right? Like, I do bad when I you ever go golfing and they team you up with like guys you've never played with before, and then you go up to tee up on the first tee, and for somebody like me who's not that great of a golfer, like you're like, oh shit, I've only got three other people over here who are watching me hit the ball, but I know none of them, and I know they're judging the rest of my performance for the day based off this very first tee drive. It's just three people that I don't know, and I'm sitting there, and it's all up in my head, so in my head, and it it bothers me so much. I'm like, damn it! But can you imagine like the whole world watching? I was like, you know, I can't even imagine. You, I would not be able to golf. That's for sure. He shanked it. There's another shanker. That would be that would be my nickname, Shawshanker. I think my son used that one time as a gaming tag, Shawshanker. Oh, Glenn says the first tee is the worst by far. Groups behind you watching. Oh yeah, if you're at a club that's like super busy and you've got like a line of like two or three groups behind you, it is by far the worst. Because you know that if you hit that first shot and it's a shank, like they're all either expecting, usually, especially at a busy one, they're expecting you to go take that hit instead of dropping another. So, so you're screwed. Like you're literally stuck with whatever first shot you got because they're waiting behind you. It's always those old guys too. I hate this is why I won't golf midweek days in the early morning of the day because it's the older gentlemen love getting out there right when the golf course opens. So if you go at like 10 or 11 a.m., they're usually already out on the course when by the time you get there, there's not a big line anymore. Just a little mental note for those of you out there who do golf. Go at 10 or 11 a.m. It's so much better. You don't have judgmental people watching your every shot. I think they should hunt in the woods more personally, perhaps with Dick Cheney. Yeah, it's a good way to get shot, I heard. Ape is up 1.99% at 1.795. AMC is down 2.14 at 4.345%. Very similar percentages up and down. Don't forget that when Ape moves up, the overall market cap or valuation of AMC is exponentially higher. So seeing Ape move up 2% and AMC moving down 2% is really like being up 2%. Because AMC would have to be down probably closer to 4% for it to be a even market cap. Yeah, I'm roughly guesstimating that basically AMC would have to be down about 4%. I don't know, Jim. I have no idea, man. Let's see if we got the numbers reported yet for factory orders. It was supposed to be reported at 10 a.m. We did. So factory orders did not go up as expected. Previously it was 0.3%. They were expecting an increase to 0.6. Factory orders came in at 0.3%. They did rise, but not nearly as much as they were expecting. Let me pull up a article on it and read it to you guys real quick. We'll use this one. Orders up 0.3% in May, led by transportation. Orders for manufactured goods rose 0.3% in May, the Commerce Department said Wednesday. This is the fifth gain in the past 6 months. Economists surveyed by Wall Street Journal were expecting a 0.6% increase or rise. Durable goods orders rose a revised 1.8 in May. That data is released ahead of the full report. Non-durable goods orders fell 1.2%. Transportation orders had the biggest gain. Factory orders, excluding auto and planes, were down 0.5%. So cars and planes caused most of our upwards trend. Orders excluding defense were up 0.8. Orders for non-defense capital goods, excluding aircraft, rose 0.7 in May. Unrevised from the initial estimate, shipments of this category were up 0.3. Stocks were lower in early trading on Wednesday. The yields on the 10-year Treasury note rose to 3.88%. But how much did it go up on the 2-year? Huh? They did not say. Two weeks Thor bladed. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.12 and also retesting that ascending level of support that we've had. It's right about at that Fibonacci retracement at 613. So we got a little support here, and we're trending right on top of that support line. I feel like we're kind of almost we're almost creating another descending broadening wedge, which obviously would break out to the top side like we did previously, but I'm still expecting to see 657 combined at some point. I'm just looking through some of the messages that were left earlier on the tweet that was sent out and was misguiding. I think I am going to report it. Actually, I hadn't actually thought of that as a course of action, but it is. I mean, it is against AMC, and um, for them to be reporting something like that and trying to make it as if it were real. Let me see if this applies to any of the rules here. Uh, I'm going to go with posting misleading or deceptive links leading to scams, phishing, or other malicious links. It doesn't, but they're not posting misleading or deceptive links. He didn't post a link. He posted an article. Does that count? It's not really a link. He posted a fake article. Fake engagement such as aggressively retweeting or buying and selling likes, replies, or other Twitter features. It's not really. I think I'm going to go with the first one. I mean, it's not technically really a link. Maybe I should just put something else. Okay. So I'd have to go through and see. I don't know if there was any other information in here that they posted that was inaccurate, but I would have to probably go through and look at it to see. But I did just now report it. That's not a bad idea. Somebody suggested I should report it, and I did. It's certainly got. Let me just check here. Yeah, it's certainly that particular link that they posted actually has quite a few. Yeah, they're getting way more traction on that than everything else. They usually get somewhere between 40 and 70,000 reactions, or not reactions. What's the word I'm looking for? What do they call this? Views. They're getting higher viewership for this particular link than most others. They're at about 129K right now, which is almost double what they're used to getting. But 269 retweets. And see, that's the dangerous part here, guys. When we start retweeting this stuff, we're helping to propagate. We're doing the work for them. You retweet this, and you're doing the work of those who would maliciously attack your investment. So it's really, really, really super important. This is why I did not retweet this. I just simply put a lawsuit message in there. Did not like it, and be really careful with that. Remember what you retweet. You could inadvertently be helping somebody to promote something that is incorrect, either incorrect information or really bad um, misinformation. I feel like it's the same thing. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to say two different things and I'm not. But yeah, be careful. The last thing, and this actually happened back when. Do you guys remember when the SEC put out that video, that commercial, that had to do with meme stocks, and our community blew that up. Nobody in the whole world would have ever have seen that commercial if we would have just not touched it. All we had to do was ignore it. And instead, what we did is we blew it up and turned it into this massive thing. And it gained so much traction because of that. What the last thing that we want to do, like if you see negative, bad information or negative information about AMC, the last thing you need to do is be promoting that. What you really need to be promoting is the positive things. When you see positive stuff, you need to push those positive narratives and not necessarily being helping to promote the negative narratives, because the more negative narratives you promote or you view or you watch or whatever it is, I guess viewing, watching the same thing, anything you do to support those kind of things is going to simply make that more strong. So how you spend your time viewing your investment is going to be what you get. If you want trash, like Kenny Jesus says, that was garbage. If you want trash for AMC, then you keep following trash. If you want AMC to be a gold mine, then you do the opposite. You wipe out and you ignore all the bad stuff that you're seeing out there, and you just completely pretend like it's not even there. Just let it go. Ignore it, move away, identify it, say, oh yeah, that's bad, that's fake, obviously not real. But the more that we push it, think about how many people are seeing that now. A lot of people are seeing that, and they don't go in there. They don't investigate. They don't go like, oh my gosh. The first thing they do is they read titles, right? They read the title, like, oh my gosh, AMC is going bankrupt, and they go, that's terrible. I'm not going to be invested in that company ever. And then they move on. They're on to the next thing. It takes them probably half of 2 seconds, 1 second. I feel like I'm full of these Yogi Berra-isms today. It takes you half of 2 seconds to figure out that that you've already made a decision. It's kind of like how you rate somebody, in looks. You look at them and you decide you're interested or not, and then you're on to the next person, right? Like there is no there's people make up their decisions really really quickly, and so when you help to propagate this bad information, it's just simply getting out into other people's minds and creating a narrative for them. Don't help them. Somebody asked a question this weekend. They were putting in, I don't remember specifically. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. Let's see if I can find it. They said, how did we get so negative or neglect? Or sorry. They said, how did we get so neglectful to allow these shills to promote their agendas? And I said, everyone just wanted to hear the other side. Same reason why people watch YouTube clowns. When you give them a platform to speak by listening, the end result is more confusion and ultimately segregation of communities. It was by design, and they make no effort to fix it. And if you think about it, it's so true. There's so many people in this community who are willing to divide it, but not willing to repair it. And you need to note that there's a massive problem when you see somebody who's claiming to be a shareholder of this company and they're going into the community and trying to divide the community, purposefully divide the community, and not attempting to try and make a repair of that, right? Like if I were to accidentally divide the community over a topic, for example, remember when I said I wasn't telling you guys how to vote or how I was voting? Why? Because I didn't want to create a divide in the community. My objective here is to not divide us. My objective is to unify us so that we're all seeing the same way about what it is that we need to accomplish. That's my objective. Why? Because I'd like to make some money. I'm sure you'd like to make some money, but I want to see AMC be successful, right? How do I do that? I unify. But we have people who are in this community who are objectively trying to tear people apart, and they do nothing, absolutely zero, in trying to repair the community or fix it. Watch out for that. If you see those people who are actively going out there and being fuck all those guys, I don't care what they're saying. I dropped an F bomb, sorry. You know, they're like, this is my way. This is how it's going to be. Anybody who thinks different, they're an idiot. I've said some stuff like that, similar to that probably before myself, but be careful. Be careful with what it is that they're saying. I mean, if they're going back and they're going like, like, no, it's my way or the highway. I think this is the right thing. Uh, that's dangerous, right? People are allowed to think differently. It's okay. Casey, I only listen to one YouTube clown. Yep, that's me. Thanks, Food Dog. Appreciate it. But they make no means whatsoever to unify the community at all. None. There has been a few occasions where I've seen them pretend to try and unify the community, right? But in actuality, all it is to gain more viewers. I have seen that on a few occasions. They've tried to mend the community, and because they're trying to attempt and suck more people in, and then as soon as they get what it is that they want, they're right back to the old ways again. And you know, my virgin ears. Hey, you're welcome, John Leaf. Yeah, be careful. You gotta be careful. Listen to the words when they're trying to actively divide. There's a reason for it. Short and distort. MIB says, well. Oh man. I'm sorry, MIB. I'm thinking back now and I'm going like I could have said so many different words instead of that one. I'm sorry. I see no one leaving. I have. I have seen some people leave, and it hurts a little bit. I've seen some people leave, and but it's been very rare. I'm not trying to by any means to try and stress that people are leaving, but I've seen people who are really, really super confused. They really don't understand what's happening, and I'm I hate to do this. I'm going to do it anyways, though. I'm still getting people who are asking me really basic questions after 2 years of ownership in this. 2 years of ownership and not knowing basic answers to things that are, I would think you would probably know the answer to after 2 years of ownership. And it kind of shocks me a little bit, right? It makes me a little bit worried. Why don't you know that information after 2 years of being invested in this? How do you not know that? Are you just not paying attention or do you just not care? Because that's what it comes down to, really. 2 years of ownership and you don't know a basic answer. If somebody walks up to you and says what's going on with AMC? How are you going to explain it to them? How are you going to explain to somebody what's going on with AMC after 2 years and you just sit there and you say like I don't know. I'm just I'm just here. I'm just investing. Like that's not gonna sell any confidence whatsoever in what it is. I just like the stock. Sam says, so true. But you should know something though. You know what I'm saying, right? Like you should know a little something after 2 years. I've learned a lot, and if I've learned a lot, I'm sure you guys have learned a lot. Like there's just no way that you just have your money invested for 2 years in something and not having learned and some of the basics. But I don't know. Some people just don't pay attention too. There is that. Yeah, I know, but we're talking about basics though, Mr. Finance. Not like I'm not talking about like I'm talking about real basics here. Jathan says, Casey, I've been in the play for over 2 years. I absolutely knew nothing about the market, let alone AMC. Now I know very little comparatively. Uh, but I'm sure you know more, way more than you knew from the past. And I would imagine that would be the case. I would hope. I mean, if you haven't, if you are one of those people, if you have not learned anything over the last 2 years, this is your hard-earned money, and I want you to think really strongly about the idea or the fact that you're taking your hard-earned money and investing it someplace where you're not learning from it, and you won't learn anything from it if you don't learn something along that journey. So please, I encourage you to make sure that you're not just letting things go in one ear and out the other, that you're actually taking the time to understand what's going on here. There's plenty of different links you can click on in the description box of my channel that will tell you all kinds of information, going from things like understanding order types, really, really stuff that you should know, but maybe you don't, and that's okay. MOASS checklist, YSSR, some of the things, uh, that might help you out. There's also the hedgie playbook. What else is there? There's some other good stuff in here. There's where's the hedgie playbook? Oh, there. Wait, I still don't see it. Oh, ultimate timeline is in there. If you don't know the timeline of AMC and what happened from the get-go, that's a great place to go start reading, but it's super, super long. But there's an ultimate timeline in there. But yeah, don't be passive about, well, do what you want, but I would encourage you to not be passive about how you invest and be more proactive because it's your hard-earned money. And I would hate to see you just piss it into the wind. Geo says, is this still a squeeze play? I'm confused by the question, and I get that question quite a bit lately, Geo, and I think it's from people who have objectives, who are trying to push certain narratives, and they're trying to trap people into situations where they say a wrong answer. And so what I want you to do is I want you to look up, and I want you to go look up what does high short interest mean on a stock, or what are the systemic risks to high short interest on a stock. I want you to go do a little research for yourself instead of me just handing you answers, and see what you find, and you tell me what high short interest on a security means. It's 11:02 and it's time to take a look at numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page so that I can see what it is that you guys are writing. Give me a second while I move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the data here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at about 62% combined between off exchange and EDGX exchanges. On AMC, we've currently got 55.05% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.71. The combined total on that 62.76%, or 0.76% less than it should be, or more than it should be by this time of the day. And then let's see, CHX volume is 0.11 with a 30-day average 3.35, so nothing unusually large going on there. Off exchange for Apes at 48.85. EDGX is at 6.66%. The combined total on that's 55.51%, or about 6.49% less than it should be. A lot of the extra volume going through the New York Stock Exchange for the day today. Also NASDAQ GSM. CHX has 0 shares going through it. GME's CHX CHX volume for the day is 22 shares. Nothing unusually large happening there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 125,000 shares having been returned for the day on AMC. It's now 399,000 shares. It's going to have a slight effect of decreasing the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 22.9%. Cost to borrow mins at 8.27, average is 511.92, and max is 1,006. Shares on loan for the day today decreased day over day by 4.96 million shares. That's Ortex estimated that about 1.816 million of that was in short interest that was closed out, bringing our new share on loan account amount to 183.98 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 462,000 shares having been returned. It's now 887,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of dropping that estimated short-term interest of the free float to 4.59%. Cost to borrow mins at 6.77. Average 6.84, max is 6.91. Shares on loan day over day had no net change, leaving us at 9.27 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. An hour ago was at $4.5 strike with 11.8 thousand contracts. It's now 14.1 thousand contracts. Puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4.5 strike. It went from 6.7 thousand contracts to 8.2. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere around $4.5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $6.11. We did break through a secondary time through this level of what appears to be a level of support, and turning it into a level of resistance a little bit. 613 is kind of a sticking number for us here. We've been consolidating at 613 for quite some time, and I really was hoping this was the full breakout above 613, but we're still kind of testing and retesting that 613 value in total. So we're struggling quite a bit with that. Still getting more consolidation at the same value. Which doesn't, I mean, it kind of makes a lot of sense to me, but until we see the reverse split and conversion happen, I can't imagine that they're going to want price to become too uncontrollable. Taking a look at highest amount of orders through Fidelity based on their tracking. Let's see what we get in here for. I ran this just a little bit ago and it doesn't want to pop up right now. It doesn't look like they're reporting. We might have to just skip this. I don't expect to see AMC, Ape, or GME on this list anyways. As of right now, we're not seeing large quantities of volume, which would be what we would need in order to make that list. SSR for the day-to-day is at $4 for AMC, Ape at 1.584. There's a total of 8,000 shares available to borrow. From earlier this morning, we've had about 12,000 shares borrowed since market open, and then 5,000 before that. So about 17,000 shares in total having been borrowed for the day. Fees are currently at 667.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.2, Dow Jones is down 0.27, SP 500 is down 0.16. We have 3,787 decliners to 2,276 advancers. That's more advancing than it was an hour ago by about 200 or so securities. Let's see what we got here. Banks, big movers for the day today. It looks like FRCB is up 8.58. Silvergate's down 36.87. First Horizon is up 2.74. The Douche is down 3.18, and Coinbase is down 3.38. And that should be the end of the big movers. It is. Ethereum Classic is currently down 3.5. US dollar is up 0.19, which usually means the market's going to be heading back down. Oil is up 1.49%, and it's, if you're wondering why the screen is grayed out right now, it's because it's inside my 1 hour box that I've got drawn out here. Actually, I think it might be a daily box that I've got drawn out for a break to the top side on oil. I think we're going to see oil prices starting to rise very, very soon here. And this is what's going to trip you guys out more than anything. This signal for me was confirmed by no later than beginning of April of this year. May, June, July. We're 3 months past that point. If oil suddenly breaks to the top side on something, and I God forbid this be the case, but on something like war breaking out somewhere out in the world, and oil prices starting to skyrocket, the idea that the market would trend in such a fashion and let you know 3 months in advance that it was going to happen is like insane to me. It's absolutely insane how that works. Mark my words, when this does break to the top side and it starts moving very, very quickly, be watching for some kind of world event news that's going to cause that to occur. Because more than likely that will be the case. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.45 to 0.52. And looks like they're trending sideways right now. SPY is down 0.12. Let me zoom in on this just a tad here. SPY is down 0.12 and sort of starting to trend down a little bit. VIX is up 3.28%, and it's starting to break it's breaking into the region of the gray box that I've got in here. This is where I'm anticipating VIX breaking above 16. VBR is down 0.55, VB is down 0.62, Tesla is down 0.35, Amazon is down 0.31, Cinemark is down 4.59, Doge is down 3.6, Bitcoin is down 1.24, GameStop is down 3.77, HYMC is up 1.1, NCMI is breaking even, Hood is up 0.52, Ape is up 1.99, and AMC is down 3.04. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately just about $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.22 million shares traded so far for the day today after 161 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.91 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47, which is slightly below average, and a crossover on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at, on a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.65. It does look like the selling pressure leveled off, but the buying pressure hasn't started kicking in yet. Otherwise, price on AMC would probably start rising more. The RSI is at 43.01, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.98, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.57, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.92 million shares traded so far for the day today after 162 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.43 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 56.77, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.41, which is slightly above average. No, it is above average, sorry. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.06, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence about to happen within the next 5 minutes. An RSI at 58.06, which is above average. And with that, a little bit of a downtrend right now since basically around like 11:16 this morning, Eastern Standard Time. Don't see a specific trend yet. Heavy consolidation on both AMC and Ape currently. AMC has been consolidating since noon Eastern Standard, about 15 minutes. Give me just 1 second while I try to reload a page here. I'm looking at that orders by Fidelity customers page to see if AMC, Ape, or GME made the list, which I don't expect to see, but I did pull it back up, and it's running now, and we're not on there. I just wanted to make sure, though. All right, that's all I got for you guys for right now. Turtle says, shout out to all those who stuck by their 4-legged friends last night. Bruno and I were running out in the middle of the driveway to light fireworks together and then running back to the side of the road together. He just loves being out there for those fireworks. At one point, he was laying down in the grass looking up at the fire. I've never seen anything like that. That dog just loves fireworks. He thinks they're the coolest thing ever. I mean, he loves them. I think part of it, is he just likes getting outside and being a part of us having a fun time. Glenn says our daughter's dog was was obvious and went a few feet from the fireworks that were being sent off, trying to jump and catch them on the way up. Bruno's kind of, he tries to do the same thing. And I always tell him like, nope, come over here. You got to come back with me. On the oil news, I felt like that was the direction we were trending with the forecast of both Russia and Ukraine claiming each side was readying an attack on a nuclear facility. Less than 24 hours left. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you other than the fact that when you see, I mean, that there's just. Let me show you something. Let me just show you something. Let me show you something. Let's just say you're standing in a puddle of gasoline. You light a match. Let's see. I mean, this is the craziest thing for me, and I just think I think this is wild. It's absolutely wild when you start looking at this kind of stuff. Going back to COVID, right? Going back to COVID, and for those of you who are, remember, like in 2018, there was a little bit of a market turbulence. But look at the trend line here. This is the VIX that we're looking at, by the way. This is the VIX, and look at the trend line here getting touched multiple times, and then consolidating down to this very fine point. This line back here is the trend line from the top of 2011, basically like the recovery of the markets. Let me go to a weekly. It'd probably be easier to see on a weekly. Some of these trends that show over time, and I've got this in red in here because this is from 2008. 2008 connected to 2015, right? And then it connects over here. You can see some touch points in here, and that trend line maintains all the way through. Ooh, crackling. But if you draw from this point right here and you draw it down, you can see that the turbulence was being forecasted for this is 2020 COVID right here, right? This is the break on the VIX up to 85.47 for COVID. If you look at these trends on here, to me, it's as if the market was saying like, look, something is coming. Especially, I think the point at which I would say like, yeah, something is definitely coming here. You could have said that in 2018 and known. I don't what month was this? February of 2018. The market was signaling that turbulence was on its way. And when you look at that and you say like, dude, we didn't even know about, like, I didn't start hearing about COVID until like the end of 2019. That's almost 2 years later. 2 years. And the market was signaling already. And it drives me nuts. And then you draw a point like this from the top of 2008 down to the secondary top point of 2015, and it all lines up. And when it breaks, COVID hits. And it's like, what? How does that happen? How does the market predict this kind of crap that far in advance? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. But it does. It does predict it like in advance. And so when you come in here and you start taking a look at something like oil, right? Something that impacts the entire world, and you look out to a daily on this, and you see a wedge like this being created, where you know which way it's going to break on this. This wedge is way too descending for this to break to the bottom side. You know which way this is going to break. It's going to break to the top. And it's like, what caused this? What forward-looking entity caused prices of oil in the marketplace to signal 3 months in advance? Or maybe even, I mean, you could say the signal really started back here. It started as early as January of 2023, like 7 months ago. What forward-looking entity knew that was coming? I don't know. It's just shocking. I say it's shocking, but then I go like, is it? Is it really shocking? When you know 3 months in advance, yeah, we got something coming. Casey, are those YOLO signals? No, don't look at it that way, please. Hazel says hindsight's 2020. What is the market telling us going forward now? Let me get rid of everything on the page here. I'm gonna go out to a weekly. Um, so historically speaking, right? Going back and looking at where we're at currently compared to where we've been in the past, and um, we had a significant drop in the market, right? So we went from 468.78 down to 343.92. So that's a really significant drop. When you compare it to like 2008 and previous, those numbers are pretty drastic. And here the market dropped from 124.17 down to 52.89. This is the 2008 market. I guess they're calling it a Great Recession now. And it was very clear, I think here, that something was happening because you could see volume starting to increase, price starting to fall, and then volume started decreasing, and then price started moving back up again. Um, this is all bearish. You should see increasing price, but see what you had happen was stability, or you need to have some kind of stabilizing stability in order to see continuing price running upwards. But volume never really kind of continued to pick back up because the market was still trying to stabilize. So, or if you go back even further in history and you take, for example, the 2000 market move, it went from a top of 122.78 down to 60.75. Volume started increasing going into the very end portion of price hitting the bottom, and then price started rising off of an increasing volume. Now, this is the way it's supposed to work, right? Rising price, rising volume is bullish, right? But 2008 didn't quite do that. 2008 was different. You had rising price with falling volume. That's bearish. What's been happening since 2008? There's been some there's been some changes since then. You got COVID. Suddenly you see a spike in volume during COVID. Of course, there was some selling, real selling that occurred during that time, and then you see it normalize back out, volume again. Now you're starting to see, if you were to trend this out here, you are starting to see volume starting to increase again. But it started before we even hit the bottom. Volume started increasing back here as price started falling. And it's still, for the most part, elevated volume right now. So how long does it normally take from the start of a market trend down to the bottom? Like a good recession. How long does a good recession take? And here we've got a top that occurred around 2007, and it hit bottom in sorry, October 2007 was the top, and the bottom was March of 2009. So you're looking like a year and a half. Back in 2000, your top was March of 2000, and your bottom was October of 2002. So you're looking at a little bit longer than 2 years. You're looking at what did I say, March? 2.7? 2 years and 7 months? So those are the two big ones that you can look at from the past and say, okay, so somewhere between a year and a half to two, almost 3 years is what we should be seeing. So 2 years is the bottom. And we went from this 468 down to 343 in January and then October of the same year. January to October of the same year. I don't think this is done. We're not done yet. I think there's still something else going on here. And I think it's going to be much, much bigger when you take this and you look at this macro in the future. I think what you're going to see is you're going to see something a lot more like 2000, the 2000 recession, where you have something like this happening right in here, like these, but much bigger, right? Like if I blow this way up, how many people thought this was probably the return and thought we were on our way to seeing newer highs? I'll bet you people thought that, right? As price was coming down in 2000, March of 2000, and then it was coming down, and we hit March a year later, and price starts booming in the markets, and volume was starting to rise and everything. People were probably looking at it going like, "We're done. It's over. We're gonna, this market's turning around. Let's get back in this bad boy." And then, poof, boom, gone. And then it did it again. Oh, it's over. It's over. Get back in. And then the market took some more people's money. Gone again. It did it like 2 or 3 times before it ever saw a bottom, and it kept on going down further and further. And it took 2 years. Where are we at right now? From January of 2022, we're looking at a year and a half. We might have another year of this to go. We might see a longer event than any event that we've ever seen before. And maybe we set a new trend higher and it ends up being like a 4-year term, right? Maybe you see 1.5, maybe you see 3s, maybe you see 5s. Who knows? But I don't think this is over yet in regards to how far this market is going down. But I'll bet you there's a lot of people that are thinking the same exact thing right now that we're thinking it back here in 2000, right here. Betcha. And here. Betcha. Betcha. I already know there is. I already know there is because I've seen them out there, and it's like, and they're telling you, "Oh, go buy this, go buy that," and it's like, are you sure? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Have you really gone back in the history to look to see what's happened in the past? Then we've got inverted yields that haven't even not inverted themselves yet. Are you sure? I don't know. What do I know? I'm just another guy. I'm just an ordinary person looking at this like the rest of us. All right. 11:29. I got to go to break. See you guys back here at 12:10. The other thing too is I reposted something. Actually, let's just take a listen to this real quick. I want to listen to this with you guys before I leave. Just because I think it was kind of, for me, it was eye-opening. I thought it was eye-opening. I don't know how you guys saw it, but man, I thought I retweeted this. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I think this is it. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for playing this. Maybe I talk over it and that'll help. Just listen to it. I won't play it. Just listen to it.
So, again, in the way the scenario plays out, a bank is under threat because we've got rising interest rates
and the bank is failing.
What would cause the bank to fail, default on loans, for example?
Well, actually, I think what could definitely cause the bank to fail is what we have coming up in June of this year, 2023, which is that transition from LIBOR, that interest rate benchmark that was created in the 80s and is in every single contract out there, to, in the US, it's SOFR, but in different countries, there are a few other transitions. And the problem with SOFR, that's the one I can speak to the most because it's the one I'm most familiar with, but I'm sure this is probably pretty accurate for all of them. The interest of the SOFR is different than the interest of the LIBOR.
London interbank
Offer rate, thank you.
Which was riddled with corruption, with manipulation. It's
So do you remember how I was saying in 2008 you had falling volume and rising price? And that's supposed to be an indication of bearishness, right? And then here she is talking about LIBOR was riddled with corruption. A lot of these swaps that were occurring in the marketplace where they were able to quote unquote hide positions that they had open. Keep listening.
It's been running for about 40 years, and there were a number of issues with that, and hence they decided we're going to stop with LIBOR and move on to SOFR.
Correct. In the US, it's SOFR.
Yeah.
But even more than that, I mean, that is a stated rate, which means you had a small group of banks that would get together and say, well, if I was going to borrow money overnight, this is how much I'd be willing to pay. And if I were going to lend you money overnight, this is how much I would want. And that's how that rate was established. So that's pretty darn easy to manipulate the rate. And I don't know this for sure, but my guess is if that had not been leaked to the public that it was being manipulated by the Wall Street, then we would still just be on LIBOR, because never in history, never have they done this large a transition. And the most current data that I saw on that, there are $610 trillion in notional value contracts that still have to transition by June 30th of this year.
So how much do you think that is carryover from 2008? How many positions do you think have transferred over or carried over that were unable to be closed this entire time from 2008? And my guess is it's probably quite a bit. But this interview here just gets better and better as it goes on.
And when they tested it in October, I think it was 2019, with $80 trillion in contracts, it was a big fat fail. And you know that because this transition was originally supposed to happen in 2021, and they postponed it to 2023.
So why are they doing this transition?
Because everybody knows that it's bogus, that the interest rate benchmark is bogus, LIBOR, and that's been this big commitment.
To restore confidence in bank interest rates? Is that why they're pushing to have this changed?
Okay. This is just my opinion, okay? I don't have any data or facts to support this. But when you know that you are at the end and you are going to declare bankruptcy, and they send you some credit cards in the mail, most people would likely just go out and load up those credit cards knowing that they never intend to pay them. These guys understand currency life cycles better than I do.
These guys,
they know
meaning
the central bankers. So they know that they are at the end of the road because they use, I mean, the key tools that they use are interest rates to regulate the rate and speed of inflation. So where the whole world has been experiencing this very rapid and high inflation, okay, it's because they're losing control because they're at the end. So I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that they're trying to keep it going. I think that they only needed to keep it going long enough to get the next system in place and controlled enough so that they remain in power on the other side of this transition. And I hope that's not true, because there are more of us than there are them.
That you did foresee some kind of crisis.
So she's talking about credit card issuances, issuing credit cards, letting people rack up their money. Look at this 2020 numbers, Q1. They actually started dipping. A lot of people started paying off some of their credit cards during that, when they were getting some of that extra money from the government, which was good on them to do that, maybe perhaps. But do note that it was down to, credit card was down to 0.77 trillion in by the end of Q1 of 2021. And now, where do we stand? In 2023 Q1, we've in 2 years' time, we've gone from 0.77 trillion to 0.99 trillion. It's not a doubling. It's not a doubling, but that's a big jump in credit card debt. But is it just credit cards? No, it's not just credit cards. It's also student loans, which now suddenly have to be repaid again. It's like, surprise, yeah, you really are stuck for what you borrowed in the first place. And people are they're not doing as well as you would think. I mean, look at this credit card number right here, starting to jump in Q3. This is 90 plus days delinquent, right? In 2022 Q3, it was at 7.6%, and now it's up to 8.2. It's starting to, that hook on delinquency, 90 days plus delinquency on credit cards. It's a pretty sharp hook there, and it's also on other as well. Starting to see a little bit of a hook on auto loans. Luckily, a home equity line of credit's going down. But yeah, and massively, the student loan was dropping quite rapidly, but mostly because of the fact that there was what's the word I'm trying to look, I can't think of the word. Anyways, this is going to start massively driving back up, right? Because all those people who owed this, and this dropped, the student loans, this is going to shoot straight back up again. What do you think this is going to look like in a year or two from now on student loan, when it suddenly does this like reversal the other direction and goes right back up to where it was or higher? Yeah. It's not over. It's not done. It's not done. Let's let them finish, though. There's more.
Crisis to help with the transition from LIBOR, that's the London Interbank offered rate, to SOFR, the secured overnight financing rate. And why is this a potential problem? Why was there a crisis, if you will, needed to help facilitate this?
All of these contracts, all of these debt instruments and these loans and derivative contracts are based upon the value of the LIBOR. Their value is based upon the LIBOR. But that is supposed to be no longer reported after June 30th. And so all of the contracts would then be attached to SOFR, and they have not been able to come up with a formula to make them match exactly. Mm-hmm. And so the value of all of those contracts are about to shift overnight. And each contract might be off pennies on the dollar, which doesn't sound like a lot, but we don't even know how many of those contracts are actually out there. At one reading, it was 610 trillion that still needed to shift over. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency runs a quarterly report on derivatives in the FDIC insured banks. And in their most current report, FDIC banks have paid $180 trillion, and I'll come back and explain this a little bit more, to compress or consolidate what the market sees as a derivative trade. Now, what I mean by that
after what happened in 2008, and this market that this is what imploded in 2008 was the subprime derivative market.
Yeah.
And after that, they wanted it to look smaller than what you and I could see. It's a way to hide what's really happening. And I have read in a lot of their materials where they'll say, if we make this really complicated, then nobody will question us. And think about it. Most people, when they're talking about money and they're listening to all of this stuff, they just go, oh my God, well, I don't understand it. They're smart. They understand it. But the problem is they make it so complicated and complex. And everybody admits, so the FDIC, the BIS, the IMF, the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, every single entity admits that no one truly knows the value that is at risk, because the price and the price movement is based on the price action of the underlying asset. It could be stocks or bonds, other derivatives, the weather, credit quality, could be all different things, right? So the problem is that nobody really knows how big this is, but they spent $180 trillion to make it look to the markets like there's only 9 trillion in derivatives. That means that they had to have saved more than 180 trillion in fees that you have to pay to keep these things floating. And since so many derivatives are leveraged at 1,000 to 1, that goes past quadrillions. But that's the value that any of these bank stocks or corporations that are holding derivatives, their value is tied to the value of all of these contracts. And when we make this transition from the LIBOR to the SOFR, the value of all of those contracts will shift overnight, those that have not already been changed. And
so part of what I was bringing up earlier this morning about the derivative contracts that just kind of disappeared from over the 4th of July. If you think about it, she's saying that this was supposed to occur on the 30th, but we didn't have any trading after the 30th. Monday and Tuesday, Saturday and Sunday were the 1st and the 2nd of this month. Monday was a half day of market being open, and the banks were closed again. And then we saw this really weird activity occurring with the derivatives contracts just kind of like disappearing over that period of time. And this is where I was kind of wondering, like, is that what we were seeing? Were we seeing the transfer from LIBOR to SOFR swaps occurring? Is that essentially why they disappeared and then why they showed back up again? I don't know the answer to that. I have no idea, but it certainly looked like the remaining portion of contracts that were open seemed to be the amount that maybe just retail would hold on their own, which I thought was kind of interesting to see. But anyways, weird stuff going on there. This is part of the reason why I brought that up over yesterday. So there's a little bit about 30 seconds left here on this.
More have not been changed to hold that new language in there. And that's why the markets had to be forced to adopt SOFR. They didn't want to adopt it. You have a number of entities, particularly in the leveraged loan and the collateralized loan obligation derivatives, that are fighting this because of that valuation change. And that's tectonic because nobody even knows how much that is.
Anyways, I'll post that. Somebody was asking where can I find where can you get the who did you say that? Who is this speaking? Where can we find this clip? I actually don't. I was gonna go look into her name this weekend or yesterday, and didn't have the time. It was 4th of July, so I don't have the. Let me actually click on the YouTube link on this and see if it lists the name. It's ITM Trading Inc. And it says, and they're trying to advertise on here. My understanding too is that that lady was trying to sell a book that was talking there. I'm really not interested in all that. So, but I'm trying to see if they list in here in their description. I don't see. I don't see anything that shows in the description as to who that lady was. I'm not. It says Lynette's. It says to see Lynette's slides, research links, or questions from the video, go to itmtrading.com. I'm not sure if this is all advertising kind of stuff or whatnot, but let me see here. Open link in a new tab. Let me see if that's her. Oh, yep, that is her. Lynette Zhang. Lynet. I'll just paste it in here. I'm not spelling it out. Oh, look at that. Robert B beat me to the punch there. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was Lynette Zhang, and I don't know how much of that is clickbaity ish or not, but I do know that she's speaking facts in regards to what it is that she's talking about, as it is a real thing. So, yeah. Yeah, it didn't. This is correct, Glenn. It is past the 30th, and the market didn't blow up. You're right. But I am curious to see what's going to be happening. Is some different indicators that are out there that may show distress on the marketplace, and we may actually be seeing banks becoming very extremely distressed here in a short period of time. So a lot of these things don't blow up right away. I would suggest to you that you know that they already know that this is coming well in advance, and I'm sure they've got plenty of plans on how they're going to resolve it. And we also know that some of this is systemic problems that have been occurring for a really long time, and that they're actually allowing them to not report during this period of time, which they've seen from the past, and that may be part of the plan as well. You know, not allowing this to blow up the entire system. Can you imagine? If your job is to make the market run and this is threatening it, what are you going to do? So, let me, Casey, would they came out with that about the same time as the CFTC Commodity Futures Trading Commission came out with the CRTC 873723, stating not to pursue any illegal activities, not to pursue any. Yes, Tom. Yes, that's what I was just referencing. That's exactly what I was just referencing, and that's why I'm saying, like, the whole idea why they would, you know, initiate, or the whole reason that they would say something like that in advance is because they know it's going to blow up the system. And if your job is to make the system continue to run, and how do you do that? Then you take extraordinary action. Garrett says, "Do you have a Truth Social account I can follow?" No. I I don't belong to anything like that. I no. Sorry. That's not who I am. All right, let me go to break. Well, actually, know what, guys? It's only 10 more minutes till I would do numbers again. So I'm actually just going to stick around for 10 more minutes, do numbers, and then go to break. I'll go to late break today. There's no sense in going now. I mean, it's like I'd only have 20 minutes anyways. So there's no sense. But this is why when Biggums was pushing ISDA contracts, I didn't jump in or dive really heavily into that because I know that when those that they know when the ISDA contracts are going to expire, and they're making plans in advance, and they're not going to just simply let those expire and just the whole world's going to fall apart. They're going to do something to try and prevent it from happening. But ultimately, Casey has an OnlyFans account. Right, because anybody wouldn't see that one. The idea here is that these financial institutions know exactly what's going on. The idea that something like this is just going to surprise and jump up and snag them and catch them unaware or unguarded is very highly unlikely. And really what we're waiting for is for them to decide when they decide it's going to be over. And that's what we're waiting on. It's truly, honestly, I think they know the jig is up. The question is what do they need to prepare? That's the main question I asked you guys. What is it that they need to see have happen in order for them to be able to be like, okay, everything's in place, we're ready to go, let's do this? And that will happen. It's just a matter of when. When is it going to happen? And I don't have the answer for that. Censored content says 10 minutes is all you need, Casey. Of course, I am divorced, so don't listen to me. 10 minutes. Oh. I don't know what you mean by 10 minutes. What do you mean by... I'm so confused. What do you mean by 10 minutes? I take way longer than that. Oh, man. That took way too long. But yeah, I don't think any of these known dates are going to trigger something on the date that we get told. Obviously. I mean, June 30th is already gone and passed. But we know it's not cheap for them to continue to do this. And eventually somebody's going to want to end it and try to start all over again. So we're waiting on that. We got to wait for somebody to end this thing. And I can wait. I got time. But the last thing I'm going to do is start playing their game. Because that's what they want us to do. They want us to play their game and try to be an active trader where we're constantly chasing the money. Right? Because the more chases there are of money, the more people they can bleed off and support their continuation of creating a gambling casino out of the market. And I'm done. Enough is enough. Seen way too many people get hurt through these institutions making bad decisions with their money, and it's time to fix it. So I'll wait. AMC customer support says Casey's OnlyFans account is just videos of him working on the big tramp. Yeah. No. Papa Mac. That is correct. The 2687 each is, I mean, that's debatable. I don't know. I don't know what that. I mean, that's suggestive. What the actually trades for on the very first trades is that sounds about right, right? I don't want to say no to that. I'm just saying that it's ballpark, right? You're coming up with a ballpark number, and I understand where you're going with that, but it's I can't tell you for certain what that number is going to be for sure. So, but in regards to the rest of it, yes. AMC customer support, take care, man. No, I know how you were getting the numbers. I'm just saying uh, what the market actually trades for at market open might be different, right? So, say for example, somebody wants to immediately start shorting the stock right off the first initial trades, right? Using the market cap to derive the number that you came up with may be accurate, but the first trades that you see go through might be less than 2687, right? It might show up at like 23, or it could show up at 28. It's difficult to say. And you can come up with like an idea of how much it should be worth or valued at, but what it actually trades for is a completely different story. Supply and demand has a funny, interesting way of changing value. So that's something that you have to kind of take into consideration, and you can't put a hard set number on something that has suggestive value. For example, I could say to you, let's say, for example, that you held a baseball card that nobody else holds in existence. Right? You're the only person that holds an honest. I always say his name wrong. Honest Wagner. I'm probably saying it. I'm destroying it. Let's say you're the only one who holds a Honest Wagner baseball card original. You're the only person in the whole wide world, right? And somebody else wants that. What is the price? What's the value? You tell me what that value is. And the answer to that is that you can't tell me what the value is. There's no way for you to know. Yeah, sure, maybe you bought it for $2 million, but how much is it worth to the next person, right? And you can't possibly put a price on it because you only know what it sold for previously. So the new valuation is not it depends on demand. That's what it depends on. Am I saying his name wrong, Robert? Are you making fun of me? I feel like you're. Don't make fun of me, man, because I just don't know how to say it. Damn it! Please don't hate. Yes, that is the key, Papa Mac. There is one little caveat to that is that uh, if the judge does approve the settlement, then 10 AMC shares will have a slight bit more value to it, simply because you will be awarded the settlement additional shares based on your AMC ownership. It's Honus. Get out of here. It is not Honus. Honus Wagner? There's no way it's Honus. Honus. No, don't tell me that. I'm saying Honus. Honus. Honus Wagner. I'm not. I'm not changing how I say it. Damn it. I've said it my entire life that way. I'm gonna keep on saying it. I don't care how it really is pronounced. I'm not saying Honus. All right. Let's I don't care. It's Hannes. It's Hannes Wagner from here on out. Moving on. Yeah. Yeah, I understand you didn't want to make that confusion. You were just talking about the reverse split and conversion, but I did want to throw that in there because that is a factor. So it does need to be taken into consideration. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here, guys. It is 12 o'clock and it's time, and then I'm going to take a break after this. That would be two ends. Laugh out loud. Well, what can I say? I like more than one end. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a two end kind of guy. What does that mean? I don't know. Just made it up. All right. Starting with me moving some screens around here. Give me a second, guys. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen, or else I will not be able to see it. I'm going back just real quick. Casey has jungle fever. What the heck does that mean? That's terrible. No, that is not what I meant by that. That is bad. Oh my goodness. No. That's terrible, man. Oh, you're so bad. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Off exchange for the day today so far for AMC. We've got 55.11 and EDGX is 7.65. The combined total on that 62.76%. By this time of the day, I would expect to see that's about 0.24%. I would expect to see about 63%. So it's really, really close to on target for what I would expect to see. CHX volume is 0.11 with a 30-day average of 3.34. So nothing unusual happening on that exchange. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is at 51.12. EDGX is sitting at 6.82. For a grand total 57.94%. That's 5.06% less than it should be. CHX volume is 0. Taking a look at. I'm sorry. I've always told you guys that some of the most colorful advertisements pop up on chartexchange.com, and it all depends on what you're talking about. And I don't know who's. This is not me. I don't know why this stuff is popping up on here. Oh, wow. It's interesting. I'm sidetracked completely. Squirrel. GME CHX. Oh, AMC Apes CHX volume is at 0, and GME CHX volume for the day today is at 0.01 with 30 average of 0.36. So nothing unusual happening there. It's only one of the pages. One of them is showing me backpacks, and another one's showing me tasty trade, and this other one's showing me. I feel like I gotta show you guys. Maybe I'll show you later. I don't know. Moving on. Ortex. An hour ago, there was 399,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's still the same, leaving the estimated short-term interest, the free float at 22.9%. Cost to borrow mins at 8.27%, average is 511.92%, and max is 1,006%. Shares on loan right now is at 183.98 million shares. That is 4.96 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated about 1.816 million of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 887,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same, leaving that estimated short-term interest of the free float at 4.59%. Cost per hour average max min is all the same as well. Shares on loan was at 9.27 million shares. That's zero change from last reported amount, trading day that we had. Taking a look at some of the options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today has been at a $4.50 strike for the calls. An hour ago, there was approximately 14.1 thousand contracts going through 4.5. It was now 16. And on puts, an hour ago it was $4.50 strike. There was 8.2 thousand contracts, and there's now 9,000 contracts. Market suggesting a closing price around $4.50 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.10. We did manage to work ourselves back down again and retest something that's very, very close to this descending level of what appears to be support in here. They really, really, really want to try to drop this back down. You can tell how aggressively they're trying to knock this price back down. I'm not sure what price they're hunting for exactly, but you can see that it's definitely being retested over and over and over on this this downtrend right now. There may be a breakout in here forming somewhere along the lines of something like this, which could be going into the later portion of today around 1 o'clock-ish Eastern Standard Time. Or to just extend this box upward like that, we may see the break to the top side before the end of the day. The reason I say the top side is this is a pretty aggressive descending wedge here, and falling price and falling volume, which is what we have over the last 2 days, is should be bullish. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for, but I do not expect to see us on here due to low quantities of volume, and we are not. SSR trips at $4 for AMC, Ape at 1.584. There's 0 shares available to borrow. They did borrow out the rest of the shares. No returns today whatsoever. So in total, we've seen about 35,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. I'm going to go ahead and put that in, even though I only do increments of 50,000 contracts at a time. I'm going to put this number in. Fees were last seen at 516.7%. I'm going to go ahead and write that down. Last time we saw 0 shares left available to borrow was only 197% for fees. So it's definitely up there. 516.7. Big number. Big money. NASDAQ is down 0.12, Dow Jones is down 0.38, S&P 500 is down 0.18. We have 3,913 decliners to 2,191 advancers. That's a little bit more declining than it was an hour ago. Not by much, but it is a little bit. Taking a look at the banks, we've got FRCB is up 11.01, SICP or Silvergate is down 38.11. Other big movers, First Horizon is up 3%. The douche bank is down 3.6. Coinbase has managed to correct its numbers and almost back to even. And that should be the last of the big movers. Oops. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.62%. US dollar is back up here, up 0.25 for the day today. Let's move in on this just a tad bit here. Looks like it wants to try and break up here. Oil is up 0.52 for the day today and kind of trending sideways right now. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.48 to 0.57 and trending down. SPY is down 0.13 and currently trending up. I think the overall move is down as of noonish, 11 to 12 today, Eastern Standard Time. VIX is currently up 3.07%. VBR is down 0.75. VB is down 0.84. Tesla is up 0.41. Amazon is up 0.08. Cinemark is down 4.89. Doge is down 3.04. Bitcoin is down 0.92. GME is down 4.42. HYMC is up 3.02. NCMI is up 0.09. Hood is up 0.75. Ape is up 1.99. And AMC is down 3.27. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We've got about $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 9.72 million shares traded so far after 210 minutes worth of trading. Oh, no, wait. That's not right. 220 minutes. Hold on. Let me go back here. 220 minutes worth of trading. My bad. Puts us on a pace for about 17.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25, so we're on pace to that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.35, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.26, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.87, which is below average. On Ape, there's no data. There we go. On Ape, we've got approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.38 million shares traded so far for the day today after 221 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.72 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within 1 to 20 million that I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 55.3, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 58.68, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more. I'm going with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 63.17, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.01, which is slightly below average. For the most part, we're getting just a lot of consolidation on Ape, although it does appear to starting to be breaking back down. This may be the portion of the time today, starting now, that we may start to see that flip back to where we were. And so, maybe we see Ape go back down to 176 and AMC running back up to 444, which is what I was suggesting for a closing price by the end of the day today. So we'll see what happens. Look at that. Look at that wild activity right there in price movement. It's so crazy. It's just another day, guys. Just another day. Dynamite says, spill it, Casey. All right, hold on a second here. I'll show it to you. It's funny because it's, I never know what I'm going to get for advertisements on here, right? So on AMC's page on chartexchange.com, I'm getting this tasty tray, whatever the crap that is. And then I got Yeti stuff showing up, backpacks and drink cups on GMEs. And then I go over to Ape. You never know what you're going to get over here. They have some of the most colorful choices of things to advertise for. I don't know what this is. Big save on TEMU. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. There's things on this page here where I know what some of them are, but I don't have no clue what this is right here. Never seen this before. I don't know that I want to know. I'm just saying I've never seen it before. This website, man, I'm telling you. You never know what you're going to get for an advertisement. It's wild. That's not what that was. Not the one. I don't think that's what that was. But I mean, I don't know what it is either. So I mean, it didn't look like that to me. That looked like what some of the other stuff was. Not that one though. Joe says it's break time. Yeah, I'm gonna go to break. Sam says it's based on your search history. The problem with that, Sam, that I have with that is that I don't do anything like that on this computer, and none of the kids do either because it's right here where everybody can see. So I know nobody looks at anything like that whatsoever. That's not the case. I know it's not the case, and I also know, yeah, that's just not the case. Yeah, there's no way. Anyways, I think it has more to do on what things that I talk about. It does seem like there are some things that I've talked about that have popped up on there. I don't know. We did talk a lot about butt drugs, quite a bit a week or so ago. So I fully believe that's probably what it is. That I've seen a lot of the stuff that I talk about showing up on there. Those is for guys who admit failure before they start. Those is for guys who admit failure before they start. I feel like you're talking to me in code, and I'm not getting it. Let me think about this. Let me look at it again. Those for guys. I really don't know what that means. Oh, wait. No. No. Let me read your comment one more time. Those is for guys who admit failure before they start. I feel like I know what it is that you're saying, but I don't want to talk about it. I think it's not for me. That's for sure. I can promise you that. That's definitely not the case. Break time. We come for Casey and stay for the butt drugs. Oh my gosh. If you missed butt drugs, it was the funniest thing ever. I'm not playing it right now. You could probably go to YouTube and just type in butt drugs, and you'll probably find it. That would be. Let me try that. Let me go. Do I dare go? See, that's what it is. That's how it popped up in there, guys. I guarantee it, because I probably went in there and typed that in there. But yeah, go check that out, man. All right, I'm out. I'm going to break. I'm going late today. Looks like I gotta put Ape up a little bit here. Ape's getting some heavy volume in here. 138, 122, 101, 140. Some good volume candlesticks in there. Let me put up the message for break time. I will see you guys back at 110. So we can go over the numbers at 110, and then I'm gonna take back-to-back breaks today, guys. There's not much I can do when I take a late one like this. All right, time to go eat some leftover. Time to go eat some leftover 4th of July food. Brats. I know they're listening, Hazel. I'm positive of it. I mean, I know people in my family who've participated in some of the stuff that some of the analytic work that they were doing prior to it being implemented. So I know for a fact that they're listening. So, all right, and I worked in the industry, so I know what they're doing. I will be back, guys. I'll see you back here in just a little less than an hour. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers again, and then I'm gonna go right back on break again because I kind of skipped a break today, but or didn't get it in until later. Let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here real fast before I get to put you back on elevator music. Let's switch over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent you from being able to get into your account, or somebody else from getting into your account. It may prevent you too. And then also, if you have the ability to be able to set up that with a secondary device in case something happens to your primary, not a bad idea to do that. Please get pictures, video footage, or an electronic statement of your portfolio holdings. That way you can prove what it is that you have in ownership in case something horrible should happen. Don't rely on your broker to keep that information for you. Trust only yourself. All right, let me move a couple screens around and we'll dive right into this. The security code you entered does not work, it says. That's because I put in the wrong one. Try that one. Haha, it worked. Hold up 1 second. My internet seems to be slow. All right, there we go. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 63.83% on the off exchange. They're hiding a lot of that call volume right now. EDGX is at 5.96. The combined total at 69.79%. That has definitely jumped up in the last hour. 5.79% higher than it should be. Last hour, an hour ago when we looked at those numbers, it was almost dead nuts where it was supposed to be. So they're definitely hiding a lot of buying pressure right now through the off exchange. CHX volume is at 0.1 with a 30-day average of 3.31, so nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at Ape, an hour, or as of right now, it's at 54.09% going through off exchange. And EDGX at 6.17. The combined total in that 60.26%. It's about 3.74% less than it should be. That's actually also up as well. But lower than it should be, but it's up from where it was an hour ago. CHX volume on Ape is at 0 shares, and on GME it's 172 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex data. Let's see. As of an hour ago, there was actually a couple hours ago, there was 399,000 shares. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I got to take this phone call real quick. All right, sorry about that. Moving right along. I had to take that. Let's see. Where was I? I don't even remember. Oh yeah. Total amount of shares having been returned on AMC is at 399,000 shares. It's been that way for a couple hours now. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 22.9%. No change to the cost to borrow numbers. Shares on loan, 183.98 million shares day over day. That's a decrease by 4.96 million shares on loan. Ortex estimated that about 1.816 million of that was in closed short interest. Excuse me. On Ape, as of an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 887,000 shares having been returned. It's actually been that way for a couple hours now as well. Same numbers. Short share interest of the free float's at 4.59%. Cost to borrow fees have not changed. And shares on loans at 9.27 million shares, which has not changed day over day. Options. Highest amount of call contracts for the day today has been at a holy moly. We got another block in again on $9 strike. It's very unusual. So as you'll see on the page here, we suddenly have 20,372,000 contracts of call volume at a $9 strike and 20,322,000 contracts at a same strike for puts. So in the money puts being purchased as well as call. Somebody's blocking the gamma squeeze up again by doing that, because that does change applied volatility for anybody who decides that they want to start FOMOing in here. It's quite a few contracts. I'm kind of surprised by those numbers. Highest amount of volume, $9 strike on both sides. I can't. I'm gonna have to change my numbers. Calls are at a 20.3. Puts at 20.3. All right. I mean, you guys can see what the numbers were. We were around $4.50 strike on calls and puts, but everything just dumped into 9. Alrighty. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.04. We are getting a little bit of a double bottom here and finding a little bit less support than. Well, actually, I think I might have been earlier referring to you guys today, saying that there might be the first level of support that we might find. It would be about $6.04. The next one would be at a 596 price point in here from this Fibonacci retracement that we've had from the past. As it stands, though, we are kind of breaking down below these levels, this rising level of support and this descending level of support. We broke past both of those and are trending right around that 604 price point. This is almost starting to look a little bit like a. Let me get rid of some of these lines in here. Hold on a second. This is almost starting to look a little bit like a bearish triangle. Let me just scan back out to like a 10-minute interval. I don't know what this is. This is very, very unusual. I mean, I see a very strong level of support in here from the past, and I would imagine that we probably have a point of contact in here with a lot of the volume that's trending around that $6 price point range combined. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, but we've had low volume for the day, so we're not on the list of the top 30. SSR trips at $4 for the day today. Ape at 1.584. Shares available to borrow is at 0 shares still. No change in the last couple hours. Fees were last seen at 516.7%. NASDAQ is down 0.38, Dow Jones is down 0.48, and the S&P 500 is down 0.36. We have 3,963 decliners to 2,172 advancers. The market is doing exactly the same as it was an hour ago. No change, but not on fire exactly either. Big bank movers for this morning. We got FRCB up 13.75, Silvergate's down 38.11. The Douche Bank is down 3.79, and that might be it for the biggest movers, plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a change. Ethereum Classic is currently down 2.73. The US dollar is up 0.25. Oil is down 0.13 and just starting a trend down right now. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.51 to 0.59 and still trending down for the day. SPY down 0.3 and taking a pretty harsh tumble right about now, actually. It's within the last 15 minutes or so with a lot of volatility. VIX is currently up 3.07%. Sorry, take that back, 3.21%. VBR is down 0.9, VB is down 0.97, Tesla is down 0.24, Amazon is down 0.08, Cinemark is down 4.41, Doge is down 3.21, Bitcoin's down 0.82, GME is down 3.65, HYMC is down or up rather 1.51. Gold is the only thing up on the page other than the VIX. NCMI is down 0.49, Hood is down 0.28, Ape is down 0.28, and AMC is down 3.72. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow right now. 13.57 million shares traded so far after 295 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 17.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I do note there is a large spike of volume in here for 2 million shares that occurred. Must have been while I was on break. I didn't see that earlier. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.11, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.51, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.54, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.11, which is average. Taking a look at Ape, 6.62 million shares traded so far for the day today. After I just completely lost it. 296 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 8.72 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour, RSI at 47.6, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.66, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.32, almost signaling oversold. And looks like there's a little piece of nugget of news here. Top 10 most searched tickers on Benzinga. Apparently we must have made that list. Still an interest. All right. Well, I know I just got back, or at least it probably seems like I did, but I got to take off again and get another break in here before I come back. Today, when I come back, I'm going to open up the back of the Big Tramp, and any of you guys who want to talk about what movies we're going to do next for movie trivia, I'd love to hear from you. So, be ready for that. You can, of course, just type them here in the chat box comment section, but hold off on it until later because I'm not taking notes just yet. But be ready to list off some movies that we haven't done movie trivia on as of yet, and I'm sure there's still plenty more to go over. I still haven't exhausted songs yet, so I'm sure there's plenty more movies out there. So I'll see you guys back at 2:10. Back. All right, I'm back, and let's see what we got going on here. AMC's price is at $4.31, down 2.93. Ape is up down 1.745. Down to that, anyways, down 0.85% for the day. The only two green things I see on the page right now are Tesla and HYMC besides the VIX. VIX is currently at 1418. Well, it's time to go through the numbers. Let's just go through everything. Let's go through it all. Taking you guys over to the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let me move a couple screens around, and we'll get into this last reading for the day, and then I'm going to go back to the back of the big tramp, and anybody who wants to join back there, and we can kind of identify what movies we want to do for movie trivia going forward. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now with AMC, we've got 63.49% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.86. The combined total on that 69.35%, about 3.35% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 0.11 with 30-day average of 3.3, so nothing unusually high going on there. On Ape, off exchange is at 53.91%. EDGX at 5.37. The combined total 59.28%. It's about 6.72% less than it should be by this time of the day. So abnormally kind of low volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 232 shares. Nothing unusually high on that either. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was actually quite a few hours ago, there was a total of 399,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 449,000 shares, so it has started to move again. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to maybe decrease just a little bit more to 22.89%. Cost borrow mins at 8.27, average 514.84, max is 1,006%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 183.98 million shares. That's 4.96 million shares less than there was previously, the previous day of trading. And Ortex estimated that about 1.816 million of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 887,000 shares having been returned. It's now 876, just a little bit of an increase there. Not going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float really on that small change, which is at 4.59%. Cost borrow min with the new borrowing amount has gone from gone to 6.77 for the min. Average is 7.69 and max is 8.27. Excuse me. Shares on loan, 9.27 million shares, no change day over day on that number. Taking a look at the options, we had a big change in calls and puts and volume. We had a $9 strike. We saw a pretty large quantity of volume kick in all of a sudden. And that $9 strike on both calls and puts, still the leading amount of volume for the day. An hour ago, there was approximately 20.3 thousand contracts for both the calls and the puts. There's 22.1 now on the calls and 22.1 as well on the puts. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.07. We did seem to find a little bit of support in here around that $6 range, and are finding a little bit of an upwards momentum swing here in the power hour of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME, I do not expect to see on this list due to low volume quantities, and we are not. This is our trigger price for the day. Today is at $4 for AMC, Ape at 1.584. Neither of those have triggered, and no changes in borrowing since about 12:32 this afternoon. There's zero, zero shares available to borrow. 516.7% were the fees on the last borrow. NASDAQ is down 0.03, Dow Jones is down 0.29, the S&P 500 is down 0.08. We have 3,780 decliners to 2,380 advancers. The market is more advancing than declining than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers, we've got FRCB is up 12.38, Silvergate is down 30.72. Let's see here. Douche is down 3.98. That might be the end of the big movers. Yep. Ethereum Classic is down 2.37%. US dollar is up 0.32 and trending upwards. Starting to break that Fibonacci retracement at 137.34. Might actually start to run up on this. The oil WTI is down 0.13. Mortgage-backed securities are actually, which way is that trending? That's trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.56 to 0.64 and trending down. SPY is down 0.04 but trending up as of 2:26 in the afternoon in Eastern Standard Time. VIX is currently showing up 3.14% for the day-to-day. VBR is down 0.68, VB down 0.64. Tesla's up 0.54, Amazon is up 0.01. Cinemark is down 4.25, Doge is down 2.92, Bitcoin is down 0.86, GME is down 3.03, HYMC is up 1.42, NCMI is down 0.46, Hood is down 0.23, Ape is down 0.02, and AMC is down 3.04%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $800,000 more inflow than outflow. 14.71 million shares traded so far after 346 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for, oh man, I messed up my numbers. Putting us on pace for what? What is it putting us on pace for? 346. We're on pace for 16.58 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.39, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.15 and dropping, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.32, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.16, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.11 million shares traded so far after 347 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.11 million shares traded, or about a million more shares than where we're at right now in volume for the day, to be expected. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.58, which is just slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.99, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.82, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.62, which is below average. All right, I will head over to the back of the Big Tramp, and we can take a look at see what you guys think we should do. We can do a little brainstorming here for this week, figuring out what movies we want. Uh-oh, Nana Ape is sitting on her phone. Yeah? Oh, maybe not. Then I see you deleting the Big Tramp's comments in here as well. What did he? I don't see anything that he said that was bad. I see the other ones. The other ones are pretty obvious. As to, oh, I think you accidentally inadvertently got the Big Tramp. Look at these guys coming in here and just flooding. And then earlier this morning we even had somebody said like, "What's your Truth Social account?" Uh, as if we didn't. I guess maybe we could have guessed that was coming. Nothing could stop it, Chris. I'm okay with it running next week. Let's see here. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp real quick. I have a yucca. Then I see you deleting Big Tramp's comments as well.
What's up?
Yucca.
What's going on with Nana?
No, I think she just accidentally got
Yeah,
the Big Tramp because he put in that it was whack.
yeah, something was whack.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah.
Yeah, don't mess with Nana, man. She's on it.
Let's see. So you were on the committee, if I recall correctly. You were on the committee of those who picked
Of the worst
movies.
movies, of the worst movies selected, yes.
No, I don't think you. No, that was censored content. He got that award.
Oh, selected Brokeback Mountain. Okay.
I think he got the second award for the. In fact, we didn't even do one of his. One of his was The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. We didn't even do that one because I actually came to an odd amount of days where it was the last movie to be done, and we came into this week and we needed to do something different. So we could always add that into the next ones, but we need to come up with 15. Five from. No, I guess it's less than 15 because we only do 4 a week, huh? We need to come up with 12.
So you think within 12? Okay.
We need to come up with 12.
Okay, that should be good. Who else are we gonna get in here?
Anybody who shows up, whoever.
You know, I think Fu is on his way here. He's already here. He's muted. He's just lurking.
He's lurking.
Yep.
Oh, I was here laughing. I was like, well, first of all, screw the hedgies. Screw them.
Screw 'em.
Screw 'em.
Pantheon says, why not try TV shows? I don't feel like people watch. I feel like people are so selective on what they watch on TV shows that it's like really kind of, I don't know.
It's like, that's like saying, Pantheon, that's like saying, why don't you just try P-Hub flicks? You know, can't be doing that, Pantheon. Pornhub, really?
He's probably at work, Yucca. He's probably laughing.
You'd be surprised how few people have actually seen Breaking Bad is a great TV series.
It's the best.
Very few people have actually seen it. Like when you actually start talking about it to people, a lot of people haven't seen it.
You see, Yucca was sad that you wouldn't open up the back door earlier.
Oh, was he? He was a little disappointed.
Come on now. He said at least open it a crack.
Well, you know that big tramp. She's picky.
She doesn't let just anybody in.
That's right. They don't call her big tramp for nothing.
Champion
Um,
says you're out butt drugs out the back door.
do you know my wife hasn't seen Breaking Bad.
Oh, she's missing out.
I know, that's what I keep trying to tell her, but she's not interested.
Oh man, I've been there before.
Yeah.
It took me years. Like I wasn't interested. I wasn't interested. It was with the Big Lebowski, and then
Yeah.
I saw the Big Lebowski finally, and I was like, "Oh, I've been missing out. Damn it!" And it became one of my favorite movies.
I tried, I want to say 3 or 4 times getting into Game of Thrones and hated it every single time. Everybody's like, "Oh, you have to just get past like the first 2 or 3 or something like that." And I was like,
The first
I,
7 seasons? Yeah,
I was like, man, I was like, I tried starting different locations. I tried starting from the beginning. You know, I tried to give it like 2 or 3, it might have been 4 chances, and I just it did nothing. Like I just saw nothing in it that made me want to watch it whatsoever. Like just there's
You gotta say it like Fu says it.
I'm
I saw
convinced
nothing.
I'm convinced that there's literally the only reason that men watch that is because there's nudity, and that's it. That's the only reason they watch that TV series. I'm
And
convinced.
it's kind of weird because all the nudity is just guys nude walking around.
Oh, see, yep. I
I
wouldn't
never
know.
seen it.
I
I'm not
wouldn't know.
into it. I wouldn't know either. I'm just guessing. Fu knows.
I couldn't get into it either, and it was just a lot of yapping, a lot of little dudes walking around.
Yeah, I just really could
You know,
care less. You know, I had no interest.
I actually liked the little dude better than everyone else, even though he was kind of a dick, but I kind of understood. But I was like, where are the dragons? What the hell? Isn't it about dragons? And then there were no dragons until the very end, and it was so I just like skipped until I found dragons, and I was like, oh, that was cool. And that was like the final episode. The end.
Yeah,
The
maybe
f-
you should try that, Casey. Watch it from the last episode forward.
Maybe I need to do like Star Wars style, right? Like start at 4, 5, and 6, and then go back to 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I couldn't watch it. It was terribly boring. I'm trying to think of another TV series that people. Oh, Star Galactica. There were so many people that were like raving over that one too, and that was another one where I thought for sure I was gonna like it. Again, more just talking and talking and talking, and just a bunch of drama. It seemed like something that, quite honestly, like I don't understand how anybody enjoys drama like that. It just really is beyond me. Like, I mean, if you like that kind of drama,
Yeah.
go work where I've been working before, or you know, I don't understand. I don't need drama in my life, and watching
Some people
people.
live for it.
I mean, it's essentially like a step up from like a daytime soap opera, you know? And it's like I just don't. I don't. I don't need that. I have no
Did you ever
desire.
get into Star Trek?
Uh, yes, I do like Star Trek, but it depends. Like Deep Space Nine sucked.
That's
Um,
like from porn, isn't it?
Not that one.
Not
Oh,
that one, different one.
That's we're talking a different starfish.
I I was a little bit um there was a more recent one that they did that was like a an older version that had, I think it was MacGyver as the captain, or maybe it wasn't the guy from MacGyver, maybe it was the guy from oh, I can't think of what that TV series was called. It was supposed to be like an older version of Star Trek, like the very first Enterprise. what was his name? It was the guy that did the leap something or other. Let's see, Star Trek captains. I'll tell you who it was.
William Krapner?
No. It's the guy from
Oh, the first
it's the most
first
recent.
episode.
It's the no. It's the more recent Star Trek. It's the newer one. It's got
Oh, Scott Bakula.
I don't know what this guy's name is. He played an
Oh no,
older
you said the
he played an older TV series, and he wasn't MacGyver. He was a guy in the time thing where he would like jump into other people's bodies, and he would like
Oh, Scott Bakula.
yeah,
Yeah.
that guy. I watched that one. Didn't like that one either. I couldn't stand that one. So I guess I was only a fan of Captain Kirk when I was younger. I can't stand him now. I think it's terrible to go back and watch really old Star Trek. Jean-Luc Picard and Captain Janeway were probably by far my two favorite.
Are you able to do the gesture? I mean, the finger splitting.
Of
You know,
the crack.
Yeah, some people can't do that.
Really? That seems kind
Well,
of odd.
Casey, you were kind of. I'm sorry to jump in, but I think you were kind of missing the point on Star Trek Enterprise. The whole point of that was the Vulcan girl, and that's the only reason to watch it.
V'ger?
No, not V'ger. That's the movie, the Star Trek Enterprise, the one Star Trek : Wow, hell no. No, I'm gonna.
You said Vulcan female. There was no Vulcan female in the first one.
There's a Vulcan female in the Star Trek Enterprise, and her name's T-Pole. And I just called it the T-Pole show because that's the only reason I was there.
Yeah, I must have missed out. I was too young for that.
Yeah, if you watch it again, you'll be like, oh, that's why True Dog watched it. And you'll probably watch it.
John Hannaford says it's T'Pel. T'Pel?
Well, they called her T-Pole. T'Pel?
I don't know.
T'Pol?
Maybe
It's spelled T''Pol.
Ah, okay.
You guys are making me say punctuation stuff now. Yeah, look her up. T''Pol. You'll be pleasantly surprised. She's married though, damn it.
Oh, yeah, no interest. Pass.
Well, she's got a wig on. You should see her in real life.
I was a big 7 of 9 or Jerry Ryan fan. That was I much prefer the Borg.
Oh, I don't drink Bud Light.
Whatever. That is far from the truth. Dynamite put Jerry Ryan with hearts in his eyes. He knows who I'm talking about. I also had a little bit of a crush on I'm forgetting what her name is. The psychologist, but the one not the one you're thinking of. The one that you're going to try to make fun of me for, and it was the other one.
Dr. Freud?
No. I don't know. The one that was with Riker. I don't remember what her name is.
Picard? Jean-Luc? Oh, you mean the girl?
Yeah.
Oh, what was her name? Yeah, she was pretty smoking in that one. In some in the later ones, she She might have. Counselor Troy.
That's it. Troy.
I didn't like The Next Generation until like a decade later, and there was nothing on Netflix as usual, and I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I
That was
kind of liked it.
Yeah, that was only for a short period of time though. I grew out of that pretty quickly.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely, Nana.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Hi, Nana.
Hi, everybody. Love you guys.
Love you
If
too.
I put somebody in timeout, okay, it does not mean that I do not like you. There are people that I put in timeout that I do like. Maybe it's because they put too many shares, or maybe it's because they mentioned a word in the stock. You know, so I don't want anybody to get upset. I do not block people. I leave that up to KC. But if you put a word in there that I don't think should be in there, I just put you in a 30-second timeout.
It's actually 5 minutes,
I'm just
but
following
yeah.
rules.
300 seconds.
Well, 300-second timeout, but
Yeah.
I'm just following rules. It does not mean anything against you. I still love you.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Both of you.
Yeah, that's all good.
You know, I just don't want people.
Yeah.
But there are people that do get upset. And I
Yeah.
mean, I put Glad Hand Deb in there before, and I love her. Boo Dog, have I put you in timeout?
That was
If
one.
I-
Joe Pons, I might have, you know. But it does not, you know, I love you guys.
Timeout. I hate
I could just for fun of it one day, but on a different channel. But
Hey, Joe
I mean,
Pons.
but seriously, I don't want people to take part. If you put another stock ticker in there and I put you out, don't think I don't like you, because that's not the truth, okay? And
We
I don't want to
know.
be in the movie. Okay, I don't want to be in the movie thing because I don't know what movies to put. The last time, like, I just put suggestions from everybody else, you know?
Okay.
And, you know, like I'd see Glenn or somebody putting in it, and I'd be like, yeah, that's a good movie, you know? So, don't pick me for an ambassador.
Well, you know,
Well,
you
too
did it.
late.
You did
You
the
came in.
ambassador job one time before, and I think you did a pretty good job because a lot of people really enjoyed the movies that you picked. But I'm just saying, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, Nana.
Yeah, Nana.
Yeah, Nana. Come
Okay.
on.
Okay. Well, I love you guys, and I'm going to go back to just getting out here and just watching the stream.
Sounds
Timing
good.
people out. Good job.
You keep it up, Nana.
Yeah, and then enjoy your day.
All right,
Love you.
too. Take care.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, movies. Speaking of movies,
Signs.
that's a good one. It's not a bad one.
I like it.
I don't think we've done that one before.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh, come on.
I mean, a lot of people have seen it though.
Yeah, that's true. I unfortunately.
And I could probably there's probably some good fun trivia answers in there.
About
Please,
Jessica
Eddie.
Rabbit, man.
You guys were talking about beautiful women. She was cute.
Can we not recognize the fact that she was a cartoon?
She was? What?
Oh man.
You just ruined my whole youth.
Mean Girls. Joe says Mean Girls.
Joe's always saying Mean Girls. He'll probably win that week.
Didn't we do Mean Girls? I feel like we did Mean Girls.
Next, he's going to say Heathers.
I feel Heathers was a good movie. That was a good movie. I mean, it wasn't great, but it leaves you thinking. What if I blew up my high school? I mean, I'm just saying. It definitely it leaves you thinking.
Yeah, we should do Roadhouse. Splinter suggested Roadhouse.
Roadhouse?
Yeah,
I
we
hear friends say Roadhouse every time you say that.
Roadhouse. That's so funny.
What's Death Proof? I don't even know what Death Proof is. Major League. Demolition Man, I don't think we've done.
Roadhouse. Yeah, we were talking about Jeff Healey, that guitarist who's blind, and he was in Roadhouse. He was the guy behind the chain link fence, the band.
Oh, I don't remember.
I saw him play with Santana.
Yeah,
he's pretty amazing.
We did Heat before Pantheon. I remember that one because we had whoever picked Heat. The reason I remember that one was because whoever picked it had like 3 different movies with Al Pacino in it in their choices, and I hadn't even realized it until later on down the road where they had Al Pacino in 3 different of the same movies when they picked him. So we've done Heat. Anything with Shia LaBeouf. Yep, those are all passes. Everything with Shia LaBeouf is a pass. Clockers. Did we do Clockers? Go ahead.
Look at Pantheon coming in with the big list.
I'm pretty sure we did Clueless. Time Bandits.
Did we do E.T.?
Pretty sure we've done E.T. Truman Show, I'm pretty sure got done.
Joe wants Boogie Nights. That's pretty much Rainbow.
Boogie Nights? Why do you say that?
Yeah. Isn't that about Dirk Diggler?
Yeah, but I don't remember being Rainbow.
Well, I mean, why do you want to watch it?
I felt like it was like everything but Rainbow. I'm a big star.
Funky Bunch.
A real big star. Cloud Atlas. I haven't seen that yet, and I've seen bits and pieces of it, and every time I try to sit down and watch it, I either end up falling asleep or something happens and I can't finish, or I don't know. It's not really. I feel like there's something wrong with that movie. We did Misery, we did Truman Show, Green Mile, we did Cape Fear. I don't know if we did Cape Fear. Mystery Man, I don't know about. Blade, we did. Mask, we did. Spawn, we did not do. Stir of Echoes, we did not do.
Talladega Nights.
What's that? Talladega Nights? Don't know if we did that one.
The Professional is good, Pantheon, but I think it's kind of obscure and people probably haven't seen it. That was Padme's first movie, I believe.
Which one?
Wasn't it?
Which one?
The Professional.
Oh.
The Professional. She was like 12 when she did.
Yeah, that is her. I forgot about that.
I didn't even know.
Anyone ever see the movie The Champ?
No. What is it?
It's a boxing movie with what was like an old one.
Is it worth doing movie trivia on? Is it something a lot of people have seen?
Nah. All right, we can skip. It's a Ricker Schroeder movie.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. He did another weird one in Australia. I can't remember that one either. What about The Thing, that 1980s version with Kurt Russell?
The 1980s version?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Scruffy Knight says The Sandlot. That's definitely a
I'm almost
vote.
I'm almost positive we did Clockwork Orange because I haven't seen it.
Roadhouse.
I don't know if we've done Natural
Sorry.
Born Killers. I don't think we've done that one. I'll put that down. Death Note, Japanese version. Oh, nobody's gonna see that. Tank Girl, man, I was so surprised by Tank Girl, Arthur Martin. I was so surprised by Tank Girl. Or no. Maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. Tank Girl was the one with Pamela Anderson, wasn't it?
No, that's Barbed Wire.
Okay, good. All right, so I am thinking of Tank Girl. It's where it's like a bunch of crazy chicks in an asylum, right?
No, Tank Girl was post-apocalyptic. Holy crap. My ex-wife, if she heard that, she would be freaking all over this chat.
Tank Girl.
Because she hated that movie, and I took her to see it on our anniversary because I was like, "Oh, Tank Girl, let's go see it." Oh, I never heard the end of that one.
I swear. What was the word?
That's why we got divorced. So.
I guess I don't know that movie.
Don't watch.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's worth it. I want to go hard no on that. Let's see here. We did American History X. We did Usual Suspects. I think we did Zombieland.
Do Step Brothers?
I don't think we've done Step Brothers. I'm not doing Ernest.
I have my standards, people.
I have standards. Which one did I say?
No.
I don't mind John Cusack. Just nothing with Joan. Sucker Punch. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Pantheon. I saw Sucker Punch, and my gosh, man, that movie, I had no idea what I was in for. That is a really good movie. If you have not seen Sucker Punch, you need to see that. It's
Groundhog Day?
It's a total trip. I'm pretty sure we've done Groundhog Day. Like I'm almost positive. We could do What About Bob? I feel like I might have done that
I
one.
told you I hated that movie because Murray was so good in it. Boy, he makes you just absolutely hate him.
Yeah, I would have punched him. I would. Oh man, Richard Dreyfuss, man.
Dreyfuss did so good in that one. Oh my gosh, he was such a foil.
Yeah. Oh man, Toy Story. I'm pretty sure we did Toy Story. Yeah, we're a little bit lower than we would have anticipated the Aquatic Tours, right? We only hit 437, never made it back up to 440 quite. We definitely did Jaws. So a lot of these ones in here that I'm reading in are ones that we've done. We've done Zombieland. Oh, Zombieland. I'm like almost positive we did Zombieland because I remember that if you got a double tap. Isn't that Zombie? I'm pretty sure that's Zombieland.
Yeah. Card number one rule cardio. Now every time my kids want to go see a movie, I'm like, God, did we already do trivia on it? That's bad.
Riddick. Such awful movies. That guy can't act. I mean, I don't understand why anybody likes anything from that has that guy in it. Honestly, I really just don't get it. Like, I don't know how his movies aren't seen as B movies.
He sounds like he's got a bag of marbles in his mouth when he's talking.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be the male version of what I feel like uh, the male version of my Jennifer Aniston. Like just zero acting ability whatsoever.
Did we do Predator?
Yes, because there was a little bit of a controversy over asking how much time was showing. I remember that one specifically because there was controversy about my question about how long did he have when the alien set the timer before it blew up. We did Clockwork
Oh.
Orange. Ooh, TMNT. We can definitely do that one. The original. Eyes Wide Shut. We did Aliens. Eyes Wide Shut. Short Circuit. Great movie. Did it. Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, I guess we could do that one. Oh, Attendees Plus Plus. Those are great. Why you're naming? You literally just named off like two movies that I kind of almost put in the same category as like wholesome, like younger aged years of movies. Batteries Not Included and Cocoon. Those are both like very good movies. I'll definitely do Batteries Not Included. I don't know if everybody's seen Cocoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got 12 with Batteries Not Included. We're gonna have to stop right there. I've got Signs, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Roadhouse, Major League, Demolition Man, Cloud Atlas, Thing from the 1980s, Natural Born Killers, What About Bob, TMNT, Eyes Wide Shut, and Batteries Not Included. Last Starfighter, I'm pretty sure we did that one. It was a great movie, by the way. Love that movie as a kid. I feel like not everybody knew about that movie. Like not very many people saw that movie, but it was really good. I can't tell you how often I wished I had been that guy that could get the high score on a video game. every spaceship fighting game ever in the future led to me thinking, if only I can get the high score. I'll get to meet some lizard face guy.
Yeah,
All right.
and take Maggie off to a country, another planet. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Mags, right? Her name was Maggie.
I don't remember what her name was.
It's probably the only reason I watched it.
Dynamite says now he's our president. What the heck?
Dr. Zeno said they have zippers, or yeah, they have zippers on their skins. They can unzip and they come out of their skins. And The tongues come out.
Tendies Plus Plus says, "Can we have a full week of Jean-Claude Van Damme movie trivia?" I mean, he's almost as bad as the Riddick actor. I can't even think of his name. What's his name? Vin Diesel. Jean-Claude.
Yeah, he's more.
Vin Diesel is the current day Jean-Claude Van Damme. And they're both really bad at what they do.
That's a little rough. At least Van Damme had a career prior to that as a champion.
Did you know? I just saw a picture just the other day that had him in and I don't know if this is doctored, so I could be making something completely up, but I saw a picture of him in an alien suit. Apparently, he was doing the alien. He was the alien in the alien suit, and he got fired from the movie.
Really?
I don't know what for, but I just saw a picture just a day or two ago. Let's see if I can find it on the internet.
Probably banned. I did not know that. But then again, Sigourney was looking pretty good. Even without makeup, she looked all right.
Oh, wait, no, I said alien. I meant Predator.
Oh. Well, yeah, he's only like, well, I'm going to take that back. I'm not even going to say it.
Here's the picture that I saw. And this could
Did we select Jurassic Park?
This could be entirely faked, so if it is, I apologize. Hold on, I'm pulling it up still.
Joe Pounce, what the hell is a cocaine alien? Oh, I see. The White House.
Did we do Jurassic Park? Did you guys select movies yet or no?
This is the picture right here. Which, I mean, this entirely could have been fake because, I mean, it's just his face inside the suit, so that could have very easily been faked, and somebody's just trying to change the history or something, or make something up that didn't really happen. Who knows? I don't know. I probably fell for one of the latest AI jokes on us as people. Oh yeah, you guys think you know everything, and it's like, well, you son of a bitch, how am I supposed to know the difference? I don't know. He was originally cast as the nearly unstoppable alien hunter in. Why was he fired from the sci-fi classic? Let's see here. When was this written first off? 2021, September. He had passed out twice from dehydration. The producer says, if you pass out again, I'm going to fire you. 2 weeks go by and the guy passes out. The producer goes over and fires him. Damn. Oh, man. That's funny. If you pass out again. Sounds like a costume problem.
Did you guys select the movies yet?
I believe we're done.
Yeah, we're done.
Damn it. I had a customer.
And you know what else? It's that time of the day.
Go.
See you guys later. Alrighty, guys. As usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they do like to get outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that is what we're here to do, is see movies, and there's some good ones out right now. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Denkst du vielleicht grad an mich? Singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons und dass sowas von sowas kommt. Partys und keinen Platz für Sieger. Kriegsminister gibt's nicht mehr und auch keine Düsenflieger. Heute zieh ich meine Runden, seh die Welt in Trümmern liegen, hab 'n Luftballon gefunden, denk an dich und lass ihn fliegen.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.